there is a conference in India, you should come. You know, it's an eye-opening. It's a very interesting place. You know, I've been to Europe. You know, I studied in Germany, but India is a totally different kind of lifestyle. The way people approach the food and everything. So who's going to give a talk? Antonio, you're giving talk today, both of you. I see you on the list, yeah? That's fantastic. I'm just still preparing some of the materials, you know, as we speak.
I think I am the first one. I'm not sure.
That's perfect. Yes, you should be the first. Yeah.
Hey, Madhusudan. How are you?
Hi, Professor. I'm good. Can you hear me,
So
right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So I am from Brazil. I am the head of a laboratory in the Minas Gerais state. I have been in Korea for almost 1 year, in 2012. And
actually, I'm going to ask to Professor Dhananjay to, he will come. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Now I work with 5G, IoT, smart cities, future internet, 6G. I started some work is in 6G, blockchain, IOTA, artificial intelligence, have virtualization. I have a lot of branches in the lab.
Yes.
And 16 people in the lab. And in the last 2 years, I started to become more multidisciplinary because I am working it's a community movement to use technology to change the reality, to transform the reality in the city. So what I'm doing now is to try to better use the technology in the smart city to change lives, like in rural area schools or in poor schools, or trying to combine people to better use this technology. So that's the latest thing I am doing. And we have this, I'm going to talk about this. And this movement, this community, this group of people is multidisciplinary. So we have philosophers, entrepreneurs, government, and we are all together thinking how to better use the technology through. So the projects, in some sense, are going to the field, to the city and to the communities in the city, to the rural area. That's it.
You're doing very well, you know, and the truth is this. I started with the engineering, control, and robotics, but then I have moved also more into data analytics. We did, you know, data analysis, optimization for robotics, you know, Robocop and all of that, and then we moved slowly to data analysis and exactly as you said, with Internet of Things, collection of the data. You have to use also blockchain in certain areas. It all comes together. You have to link it all together.
Yeah, everything is converging.
I'm not working in the smart cities. We did some optimizations on traffic lights, etc., many years ago, but that was different scenario. But my talk will be on. This is I thought it would be interesting. You know, data analytics by correlating data. That's really not collected that is collected at the same time, but at different places for different purposes, and then combining them together, like data from a smartphone and smart devices, and the data from the senses, and data from the supermarket purchase, and how we can combine them together. Although they don't have a one-to-one relationship, but in a certain area, you can determine what kind of food people buy, what's the calorie, what's the sugar, what's the fat content, you know, how often the person purchase. and then look at the that area, the number of people, the age of people, the type of housing, the average earning, and then connect them to the smartwatch data. But the problem is that the smartwatch data that they have is anonymous. So you could collect the data about all of us in the same area, but I don't know who's got that. But you can figure out how much people, exercise, on a certain area, not by individual, but the area. In the supermarket data, the same thing. When I go and buy in the shops, it doesn't mean I will eat all the food myself. In the household, anybody in my household can eat it. Hello, Helmi. Helmi is my friend. Antonio, and Helmi arrived late today. Helmi is from Malaysia.
Yeah.
We were in Malaysia last year together. Yes, and in Indonesia. Antonio just introduced themselves. We have got two Antonio, one from Brazil, one from Switzerland or Spain.
Yeah, welcome all.
Both of them in your area, IoT and smart cities, intelligent systems. Yeah.
Nice
So that's
to
why
meet
we are introducing ourselves. Good to see you, Helmi. It's unfortunate I couldn't come to Malaysia. I cannot go anywhere.
Yeah, good to see you too, Prof. Masood.
So, Helmi, would you like to introduce yourself? Because Antonio introduced themselves. So you can introduce yourself also. Who you are, what you do, why you're here.
Yeah, actually, I'm a friend of Prof. Masood. We met in 2015. Okay, I'm working in the AI, IoT, and any smart cities related application. And then we joined together and we meet together at several conferences. And last 2 years, I invited Prof. Masood to Malaysia. And nice to meet all of you again. And another people from another country. Maybe we can keep in touch later on for our collaboration. Yeah.
All right, then let me start today's session, right? It's already, I
Yeah,
think.
Prof. Dhananjay, how are you?
I'm very good, Professor. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Nice to see you.
Yes, thank you very much. So today our first keynote speaker is Professor Alberti. So I think now only we are all speakers here, no audience.
It's okay.
Right? So
Thank you, Dhananjay. That is fantastic because we get to know each other, we can collaborate. This is something, private session. That's fantastic. Very lucky.
Yeah.
So how about let's start 9:30 exactly. So it will be good for recording as well, right? Just after 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's okay, no problem.
So if we already made delay, so let's do more little, 7 minutes. So till that you guys can continue.
Yeah, sure.
Professor Alberti, do you know Antonio Jara, right?
Yes,
Yes,
we met
we
also in a Split in Croatia a long time ago.
in Croatia, yeah, last time.
I met with your wife, I think was 3 years ago.
Yes.
Now Antonio Jara become very big man in Europe, and he's installing, trying to making the all European cities as a smart city, right?
Yeah. We are working on that. We are working on that. Yeah, but also I have Joel Rodriguez, that is also a near collaborator of you, no, Marcos. He's also, I think, he's also now in your institute, no? I think.
Inatel, not in Unicinos. Inatel.
Okay. Inatel, okay.
Yeah, I am in Inatel is not National Institute of Telecommunications, but a private faculty. Like Unicinos is much bigger than Inatel, but Inatel is small, but very influent in the telecommunications in Brazil.
Interesting. So Helmi, I think we were pending that Helmi were making his introduction. So that is.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
So only 7 of us here.
Yeah, yesterday there were more people. Probably there were more people.
So, Prof. Masood, how's the situation of the pandemic in Australia?
Australia is very straightforward, and they just really attack it very hard. You know, we didn't have anyone till February, March this year. You know, when there was a ferry. You know, those cruises came and they didn't take it serious, and they let 2,500 people to embark in Sydney, the biggest city of Australia, and 250 of them had COVID, and suddenly, and all of them traveled around. You know, the problem was like they got off the cruise, and for 2-3 days they had time in Australia. They traveled different parts of Australia, and you know, they went to different cities, and people became infected. But in my city, for example, is around 500,000 people. The capital is a very small city. Basically, in the last 3 months, I think 3.5 months, we had no infection, no one. In Sydney, and you know, in biggest city here, we have I think around 8-10 active people. You know, in Adelaide, just recently they closed the city for 6 days because 25 people were infected. They're just taking really serious. They just closed the whole city. Everybody go home. You know, can't get out of the house for 6 days for just 25 people. The second biggest city, Melbourne, was shut down for 3 months because they had about 400 people infected. Nothing like Europe or what you hear in Asia, nothing here, nothing like that. So, and all the states were closed. So I could not go from one state to another. Or if people had to go because they work in, you know, army, medical, they had to go 14 days in quarantine. So the issue now that Australia has got, and also they closed the doors, our students couldn't come back, you know, for a study. So they study from overseas. Because they closed the doors in March. And the people that were here, they were here. And all Australians that are coming back, 300,000, they want to bring them all back. And that's the plan. And after that, maybe, you know, bring other people. There's no traveling from overseas, anybody coming here, no. Only locals. And locals only around, I think, 2,000 per city, per week, you know, you can't come. So they made it really, they just close everything. Australia is closed. But it's not good because people are going a bit mad. You know, every year, 10 million, Australia is 26 million people, 10 million travel overseas because you're an island to see other parts of the world. And every year, 10 million people come to Australia. So the Australia lost billions of dollars. And now also the argument with China, because Australia is following or part of, you know, allied with America and British. So whatever America says, we follow. And when the things went wrong with the America and China, the whole thing is stopped for us too. Now we have, you know, fish, crabs, wine, wood, and coal is all stopped in China. You know, it's around $700 million of goods just stopping there. They're not processing. You know, $1 billion of fish is just rotting in the yard. Australia is not very great, but government has been very good. Government is paying people. So if people working for themselves, they don't have super, it pays them, yeah, very good. The money, they spend lots of money.
All right, then. So let's start today's session. Thank you, Professor Masood, for interactive discussion. So let me start today's first, our keynote speaker, Professor Antonio Marcus Alberti. He is an engineer, professor, and head of the Information Communication Technology Laboratory at the INATEL. INATEL is a National Institute of Telecommunication University in I think Santa Rita is. I remember that it's a 7 hours drive from Rio de Janeiro. We go by drive, so I remember that the area. You guys can analyze it, which area it is. But he has very long research experience, especially the development of the future internet technology. So he is the architect designed for the Nova Genesis architecture, and he believed very strongly to build new internet architecture model since 2008. So it's, you can see it's about 15 years. He's very strongly involved into development of Nova Genesis architecture. And he did postdoc and ATRI in South Korea, where we met first time in Korea. And after that, it's 10 years back, it's 2011. And then since that, we have also strong collaboration. We work so many papers we have jointly. And also Professor Alberti has delivered 60 plus invited talks, which include TEDx and FutureCom and Hacktown, similar like so many science and boot camp as well. And he is the author of 100 plus scientific articles, and which is mainly involve future internet architecture like Nova Genesis based on architecture, Internet of Things, security for the next generation architecture model. So his expertise on that. And also he is also involved in the machine to machine communication and IoT technology for the Brazilian side, government side, in the plan and development of the city and society for that. A trend for hackers, future internet pioneers and consultants. He's also writing the editorials in several magazines, in the local magazine in I think Brazil. And similar, he has a lots of achievements. I will share links and you guys can search his name. And he's going to deliver his first keynote talk today. So Professor, you can share your PPT slides directly from there, and then we can continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dhananjay. It's a pleasure to be here and an honor to talk. I really appreciate the invitation. Thank you very much.
We cannot see your slides, Professor. Can you share?
Okay, I'm going to share now. Okay. Are you seeing the slides?
Perfect,
okay.
Perfect.
Okay, let's go ahead. So I'm going to talk about the convergence of technology and other multidisciplinary aspects in the smart cities and the smart community context. In fact, my work is becoming more multidisciplinary in the last years, and I'm going to share some visions and some concerns and some ideas regarding the what I'm calling the complete transformation in the cities. It's not only digital transformation, but a lot of other movements that are being combined, that are merging today, converging to change the reality. And I'm going to talk about this. So a small disclaimer, this is my view regarding these ideas. And I'm going to start talking about the exponential technologies and radical innovation. So today we are experiencing exponential increases in capacity, in computing, in communication, storage and visualization, virtualization, softwareization, edification. We have many capacities being developed really fast, accelerating in the pace, in the capacity to implement novel architectures. So here is a figure from the Moore's law. I think everybody knows the Moore's law, and this trend continues not only for computing power, but for many other ingredients for the smart cities and for the smart environments. So we have a lot of ingredients that we can use to, just a second. Okay, so we have a lot of capacities to design these novel architectures. For instance, a lot of connectivity, ubiquitous computing, interactivity between people and machines, and avatars, and digital twins, and assistants. We have the controllers for software-defined networking. We have the orchestrators for network function virtualization. So the interactivity degree is also increasing with these digital architectures. We are integrating the physical and the virtual worlds. The pandemic is an example. We moved it to the virtual, and now we are talking about the hybrid scenarios that bring together physical and virtual environments. The reduction on the physical scale, everything as a service, the digital twins mirroring the physical reality, and the emergence of new realities like virtual realities and augmented realities. So this pool of ingredients enables us to do a lot of things in the cities. And also, this forces in many ways to rethink existing models, because this abundance of technologies enables us to innovate, create disruptive innovation. For instance, instead of having a car to use a smartphone to have a one-click car, just to click it on some application, you have a car. The same as for apartment, and a lot of things are one click of distance now. You can just click on an application and we have this. So what we're experiencing is we are every time discussing how to rethink the existing models. Is it possible to do mobile, for instance, urban mobility differently using this abundance of technology? Is it possible to rethink the schools, the faculties, the public safety, and a lot of things is being thought every time trying to use this technology abundance. Where this can take us, where we are going, in fact. So I'm going to start talking about smart cities because I was involved in a project related to smart cities. And this is a small definition of a smart city. It's a city that employs technology to connect the physical to the virtual and vice versa, creating an increasing level of awareness of what happens in the physical world and the virtual world, with the citizens, with the public infrastructure, and offering everything as a service, analyzing data to determine the trends. So this is very important to generate value from the data to determine the trends, and then averting the decisions in the virtual world to the physical, to change the reality of the people on the streets, the traffic, the mobility, the water, and everything. All these things, these technologies to improve quality of life and to make the cities more sustainable, to have a transformation in the business, and this is, I think, what the smart cities are doing. This is my city, this Santa Rita de Sapucaí, Dhananjay just mentioned it, in the middle of the mountains in Brazil. And I worked in a project from this bank, BNDES, that is the largest bank in Brazil for development. And what we did was trying to integrate things that are not integrated for this project. So right now it's is ongoing project. We connected city lampposts to create an infrastructure to cover some portions of the municipality. The idea was to create a kind of network for lighting services, intelligent lighting services, to adjust the illumination, the luminosity according to the needs. For instance, if you have some public security issue, you can change the illumination, the lighting. If you have some attraction or some tourist event, you can change the face of the city using this intelligent lighting. So this is the idea. Also facial identification for people, for smart parking, and also to board IoT devices in these lampposts. A lot of different kind of devices to have an idea what's going on in the city, with rain, with the temperature. And the project involved City Hall, some companies like Ericsson and Telecom Italia Mobile in Brazil, and of course Inatel, the faculty. So it's a multi-player project that's going on. So based on this project, what we did in this project was to combine all these things to change to bring new possibilities to the city, to the people, based on this infrastructure. And right now we are discussing another project that's based on a convergent electrical optical network in Santa Rita as well, and also 5G. So all this infrastructure, the idea is to create value for the citizens and to foster the transformation movements. And I'm going to talk about this later. One other thing I'm doing that is related to the reality in the cities and the communities is 6G. We already started discussing and designing some works to do some research in 6G. One thing that's very interesting is in networked hybrid computing. People is developing right now, some companies are developing neuromorphic computing that enables to run artificial intelligence in hardware. So we are going to combine this new kind of processors with von Neumann and put the computing all the computing in the network can be used to support applications and artificial intelligence. So in network hybrid computing is a very important and very interesting ingredient to build the novel projects for the cities and for mobile devices. Another thing is digital twins. I have been working in digital twins since 2013 with Nova Genesis. So we implemented this not with TCP/IP, but with different protocol stack. Artificial intelligence is also emerging very strongly to operate, to self-driven these networks. And latest working on DeepMind, for instance, with AlphaStar, StarCraft 2 games, and are good examples of what artificial intelligence can do in the control and control management plans for 6G. Distributed ledger technologies to create novel markets. I'm working on this for spectrum sharing, for economy of the things or things economy. And these micropayments can be also implemented in 6G for software, for services, for network virtual functions. 3D networking also is very interesting to apply to use satellites and drones and balloons and everything in vertical direction to create more 3D networks, X-hauling and RAID over fiber, quantum computing as well. And regarding the networking programmability, P4, that's a new kind of protocol independent switches that are very interesting. We are working on the Nova Genesis, a future internet switch now with P4. and multiple connectivity. So this is another layer of innovations over the 5G and the IoT and everything we have for the smart cities, and enabling us to create even more profound and deep transformation in the cities. As Dhananjay mentioned, I have been working in future internet architecture. This is the first Nova Genesis design in 2011. And some ideas here are still novel for smart cities or for 6G. For instance, novel naming architectures, naming structures using flat naming, naming resolution, and contract-based operation, digital twins based on contracts, things being represented by services. So a lot of things here can even push even further the development in this technological scenario for the city. So when I started doing Nova Genesis design, I'm also interested in artificial intelligence, more specifically in artificial general intelligence, and also in the convergence of humans and machines, biomedical engineering. But I did started any research on this, but I am following these developments since 2010. And one idea that I think is interesting for the future of humanity that is really related to this multidisciplinary context of the smart cities is the human-machine convergence. I have been working on this idea that we're going to have 50 shades of humans and machines. And we need to co-design and co-create with machines soon, using artificial intelligence and avatars and assistants and self-driven networks. So I think we are going to have pure humans on the left, and in the right, pure intelligence, artificial intelligence, and cyborgs in the middle. So we need to design thinking that technology is going to change the humans. We are going to use this technology to converge with biology and hacky biology and biohacking and change ourselves as well. So I'm trying to figure out how to combine all these things to transform the reality in the cities. So the second part of my talk, I need to go much faster, is the gap of perception we have today. I really would like to talk about this because since we are living the accelerated returns, technology is evolving faster and faster. We have amplified the challenges and the opportunities. We have a lot of opportunities to rethink the cities and change the people, the society to better, to more ethical, more sustainable, but a lot of challenges are also present, as any technology is neutral. So we have the good and the bads related to any technology. However, the people is not perceiving, the perception of majority of the people is often out of date, and they are not really aware of what is going on now. The challenges of the artificial intelligence in terms of the jobs and the future of work, all these possibilities technology creates also affected the human side. We are experiencing now a lot of stress to be online 10, 12 hours a day, and needed to continue the classroom during the pandemic and do everything now virtual because of the pandemic. So we have a lot of climate change and a lot of future challenges, and people is not aware of the big challenges, and the perception is very poor on this. And we need to use the technology for the good things to deal with the important problems of the society and the planet. And the problem is that a lot of the mindsets are obsolete and outdated for these possibilities technology are bringing. So what we need to do is to evolve the level of awareness, the level of comprehension of this moment we are living, because technologies develop so fast, but everything else is outdated and needed to follow the fast evolution of technology. And one example is the organization models, how you organize the companies, how you organize the cities, how you organize the schools. Everything is fall to the industrial model, not for this very abundant model we are living now. So we have these gaps to solve. And the third part of my talk is the road ahead, how to completely transform our realities with technological abundance. So technology for what? We have technology, but it continue work more than the majority of our time is to work, but living is not working. It's not just working. So we need to think in the human side of the society and the human side. And digital transformation is important, but we need to think in the transformation in a more comprehensive and more broad sense. And I really like the Oswaldo Oliveira thought on abundance. That is the opposite of scarcity. He says that abundance is having access to what you want when you need it. It's not property and stock. So it's to access the network. The abundance concept here is to access the network. If I don't have this, I don't need to have the car. I just access the car. I don't need to have an apartment. I can just access the apartment to live now. So the idea is that things are there. We need to collaborate to access the abundance. Is very important in this context. And just one example of this. Imagine we are going to start a new project, and this project needs a designer, but we don't have a designer in the group. There is two ways to deal with this problem. One way is to think, okay, we don't have the designer, so the project is impossible to be done. Another way of thinking is, okay, let's collaborate with a designer. A designer is just one click of distance. So this is the idea of abundance. The internet and these technologies put us all together just one click of distance. So the idea is to access the abundance. To access the abundance, we need to interact every time. So now we are experiencing this, the abundance of connections. Every time people is connected on WhatsApp, on Zoom talks and meetings every day. So we are experiencing this, and the abundance is very demanding in terms of time and resource. It's an interesting point, because if you go deep on this, we are going to experience so many opportunities that we don't have time to explore. So in the opposite, if you stay in the scarcity, it is scarcity on economy, it is scarcity, it's difficult to change the reality. So I think the Oswaldo Oliveira's idea is very interesting in this context of abundance. Another important thing in this context that apply for the cities and for the companies, all human organizations, is the emergence of new models for organizations. This Paul Barron draw is very famous on this. The industrial model and the vertical organizations, everything is centered. We need to go to the center to have access for the upper layers in an organization, for instance, to talk with the boss, to talk with the major. So in the medieval age and colonial age, it's almost impossible to talk with people in the upper layers of the organizations. Now we are in the right, we are in distributed scenario. Everybody is connected all connections are possible. But the organizations are still in the industrial age, and they are scarce in this sense. They do not allow us to connect in the drawing the right. So this is a very important point. We need to use this technology, in my view, to change these to new models for organizations, and a city is an organization, a new organization. Another thing that Osvaldo mentioned is that the form informs. This is very powerful because we need to, in my view, and this new age needs understanding by doing, needs to put the hands on and do the things you are saying. So this new kind of organization need to practice, because it's completely different from the models we are, organizational models we are familiar. And according to Osvaldo, we need a more inclusive, more transparent, empathic, balanced, abundant, prosper, and ethical organizations to deal with the network values. This is completely different from the organizations we have in the industrial age and previous ages. So in short, I think we need to integrate people to take advantage of this abundance of technology. We can integrate the people better. We can work to transform cultures to solve old problems, co-create and co-manage the solutions in a more democratic, holocratic way. Reinvent through the coordination of actors. We are doing this in the city now, with many actors are connected in several networks, using WhatsApp, using Zoom to change the realities in school, in the marketing of the city, in the companies, collaboratively and transparently, sharing the physical, because the physical is going to be generic, is going to serve to the, we don't, as I mentioned before, we don't need to have the car to use a car right now. So this is the same for buildings, this is the same for many cases. So people is thinking on how to share the infrastructure. This is a case for 5G, for instance. 5G is very expensive because a lot of new networks and new places needed to have the radio bases, and this is very expensive to just one company to go ahead. So the sharing economy is very important, and to better use the physical resources for many cases is very important here. And finally, I am almost finishing. I really like this idea of Bob Deutsch. Bob Deutsch was a former consultant of Steve Jobs and Obama. He said that we need to do E, not or. The world today is very complex. We need to do E. We need to integrate. Don't do just one thing. Try to integrate the things. This is a very powerful idea in this context. And so I'm going to present some examples, just 2 examples to finish here in Santa Rita. The first one was we decided to think about how to better use what we're doing 5G, hybrid 5G terrestrial satellite. So the company CES made available for us CES 14 satellite. And Inatel has a 5G modem that is this picture in the left here. So how we can use this to change the reality of the people in the city, to convince the people that things are changing and that they need to pay attention and try to follow the gaps. This school is 10 kilometers from the downtown, in the middle of the rural area. This is my car, by the way. And what we did a smart garden with the kids of the school and involved the parents and they use the smartphones to follow the lettuce in the school, and they're using the 5G as a use case and the satellite as a use case. So we try to bring your research to a real problem, and to show the people and try to convince them that it's important to pay attention now all these challenges we are facing. Another project that are involved, I helped to found, was it was Renacidade. Renacidade means something like city renaissance, like a renaissance of the cities. And here the people that is working on this project it's a group of people. We don't have a formal organization, just networks of people on WhatsApp and Zoom. And we convinced companies, internet service provider, to improve the connectivity in the school, and the kids that are going to stay without classrooms, they started having classrooms on the web. So we helped on this. And now, what is the purpose of Renacidade? Is to make it possible to increase the level of consciousness, the rebirth of the city through systematic balance and ethics in order to generate happiness, sustainability, and prosperity. So it's a group of people with this aim, and we work not in a formal way, but in a formal way, convincing people to help. And now we are spreading in the Brazil, in other cities in the Brazil. Right now we have two projects. One is to co-create and co-execute a cultural transformation based on the smart city infrastructure. So the idea is to create an event to bring people to the main plaza of the city and to show the things that the technology made possible, and do this with multidisciplinary way, involving art and involving artists and involving other areas of the city. This is one project we're going to probably to have the first edition next year. Probably it's going to call Hacking Winter, because it's going to happen in the winter here. And the second project is digital transformation in primary school. And now we are teaching the fathers, the parents of the students, because the parents don't understand what's going on in the school right now. The digital gap is so big that the kids are more prepared for digital transformation than the parents. So what we're going to do is a cooperation between students, parents, citizens, teachers, and scientific laboratory and internet providers to create this environment for digital transformation of the school and help the fathers to follow the kids. This is a huge problem here. So to finish, the idea of Bob Deutsch is to do the E, not the R. So we need to do smart city and human city and creative city and sustainable city and collaborative city and prosperous city to have a happy city. So it's very big challenge to converge all these things, not only technology, but other aspects, and to use the better of the technology to the better of the humans. Because if you use the better technology to the better of humans, you are going to have chaos and you're going to have trouble soon. So in conclusion, I think, and this group of people believe on that, we have the opportunity to make a new renaissance based on technology abundance, reinventing human beings through novel organization model, new economies, and new realities. It's a very big challenge, but a very big opportunity as well. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, go ahead, Professor Masood.
Professor Alberti, I have a question for you regarding the use of satellite to do analysis on agriculture, in this case with the schools and a smart garden. What was the idea here? Is just to monitoring the garden using satellite images or watering? What was the...
Yeah. No. What we did, we put some humidity sensors in the garden, and we connected this to the dashboard on the other side of the network, and we can manually, by using a smartphone or using a dashboard in a computer, to turn on the irrigation in the garden. And then now we are evolving this to have artificial intelligence. So when the garden needs water, it autonomously started washing the plants. And further, we are also trying to, in fact, we are doing this in another garden that's in indoor garden, different project, but related, testing economy of things. So the every sensor and the actuator has a IOTA wallet. So we are testing micropayments with a IOTA cryptocurrency to monetize this scenario. The idea is to have a communitary garden for the city and to use IOTA instead of blockchain to monetize the market of this garden and the water, the energy, everything that's required to run this communitary garden.
That's very interesting, and actually, these similar things happening all around the world. From our university, a team worked with what's called Arbitrium, and here we've got a government-funded park that has got thousands of trees, and basically what they do is they also check the moisture in the soil and the water. And we're talking about thousands of trees and working with the network, but we never think about how much energy was used or how much money was spent. I think it's very interesting what you're doing.
So, Professor Alberti, are you there, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just left, but I returned.
It's okay.
Sorry.
All right. So, Antonio, do you have any comments on this, on his talk? Any question?
So, indeed, I really like it. I really like all your definition about the renaissance. I really enjoy a lot your definition about the smart city, and also the perspective that you were presenting. I think is very relevant. So I really appreciate. I think it's very, very, very interesting. I really congratulate you because the kind of projects you are doing are really amazing and are really interesting. And
Thank you.
of course, I really like your definition. Really inspired me tonight, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions, the comments.
Professor Mani, do you want?
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I have one.
Yes, go ahead.
Your session is a real very good and motivational to all the startups and other things. So my point is that if we are working on the 5G technology kind of thing, and you have given in your slide is a 6G technology. If we want to, we are integrating and working with the 5G technology, and we need to transform into the 6G technology. What kind of knowledge is required to do that? So what kind of cost benefit we will get if we shift from 5G technology to 6G technology? I mean to say that what is the advantage of moving from 5G to 6G technology?
Okay. Is it a question, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I think 6G is going to address some aspects that 5G was limited to do. For instance, the aspect of infrastructure sharing more deeply. For instance, the aspect of in-network computing, that you can use all the computing we have. This is already happening in 5G in the data centers, but here is more general. I think the micropayments in the services, the markets that are going to emerge more sound, more strongly on the 6G, with micropayments for services, for spectrum, for things, for infrastructure, everything, a great digital market that's going to be open, probably open. So these ingredients, I think they are the reason to go ahead with this 6G is to better converge these opportunities, these ingredients, with the requirements for new economies, like creative economy, sharing economy, collaborative economy, things like I mentioned in my talk. So I think the technology will provide the means to have this transformation, this complete transformation more deeply. So this is the 5G is already going this direction, but 6G can be thought to provide this more deeply. This is the motivation, I think.
It's a question is because whatever the 5G technology kind of thing, learn the drawbacks and other thing, we can work on the research, eliminating the 6G technology kind of thing. So it's a great opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. Your wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Dhananjay, I have done with my question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Alberti. Thank you very much for very nice your talk. Okay, and now I think second speaker is.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, and Professor Nagamani, I send you email. Please reply that email. That's very important to make the decision of the best paper. So just reply me today in 30 minutes, within 30 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So actually this talk, as you guys know that I'm the organizing member of this conference, and I also am delivering my talk only because of Professor Jara didn't cooperate during our email time. So he is the official member, keynote speaker of this session, but he didn't connect it last, I think, 1.5 months. So I put my name there. So what I'm going to do that now he's here and he's going to deliver his talk also. So I'm very briefly in 10 minutes, I will introduce my project, what we are doing now. And then after I will hand over to the Professor Jara, and then you can start. Is it right? Antonio, is it okay for you, right?
Yes, perfect. Yes, perfect. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, good. So you have PPT with you, right? So you can
share. Yes, I have it. Yes, I will share later.
Perfect. So as this conference belongs to human-computer interaction. So currently we are working one project, that is the blockchain-enabled gastrointestinal tracking device and diagnosis system, this project is collaboration with the Uzbekistan professor, the Tashkent University of Information Technology, Professor Zinedinova Hakim, his research lab, and we also work together in this project. So this device we try to develop to solve the healthcare related solutions. As we all know that the portable non-invasive diagnosis system is still now not available in the market. So we want to develop one gastrointestinal tracking device, which we can use as a portable device to use for our home purpose and anywhere in the place where we can use it. Otherwise, nowadays we have to visit to the hospital for those kind of testing. The idea behind this concept, we can use the gastro EEG signal to identify any form of the abnormalities occur inside the stomach for the patients to evaluate the results based on the magnitude of the frequency of the EEG signal to record from the patient's stomach. This is the idea behind that. And then after, in this concept, what we try to do that, we try to collect data from the device and send to the smartphone, which is also connected with the wireless communication or cellular network, to transfer those real-time data to the cloud server using blockchain network. So then doctors can record secure information for a specific and particular patient as well. This is the just overview of this concept. As we all know that, like today, the big problem is that there are no device available. So if somebody has to find out the internal problem, so he has to visit to the hospital where the doctors can take care, after checking, he can make decision what kind of disease inside in their stomach has. So such as in this case, we have very high cost equipment required and high precious expertise to make the decision for that purpose. So this is the purpose of our device. The main purpose is that to reduce the cost for diagnosis, low cost design. We can, it is kind of IoT device. So we can easily move one place to another place, as well as elderly people can use for their internal diagnosis system as well. So you can see the overview, the architecture, how we are trying to do that. This device we can set over the patient's body, and then EEG signal will transfer to the using this the module we call that the analog RC filter, and also we use for the first order RC high pass filter for microcontroller that transfer to the Bluetooth device or wireless communication device. And RC low pass filter has a ability to eliminate for the noise and also signal obtained from the GIT or EG electrode. So that kind of systems we are planning to do that. And also we use for the differential amplifier, further for the noise generation and electrical instruments such as wired and restrictions of that. If you see this diagram, so this is the formula how we are collecting these EEG signals. The data will goes to this is the variable device in this device. This is the Bluetooth network where we use for the smart contract. Then a smart contract will be making the connection between this cloud server and then plug and play kind of system. So each patient's data over the cloud server to store over the cloud network. Then doctors can make the record for each patients, as well as what we do that here, we use our microcontroller. We use about 200 times per second. So in a second, 200 times of the EEG signals, and then after calculation those signal, we can predict for those kind of solutions for that EEG signal on that. So this is just a overview. This is the blockchain network. So how the smart contract and customer will work on that. So I'm just skipping in this one. And this is the how we measure mathematical modeling, how we calculated each parameters for that. So as just I mentioned that EEG signal sampling rate is 100 times per second, and then which is the 5 times minimum sampling rates we according for this algorithm. And then after we generated this kind of formula to measure those signals. And this is the frequency range for the GIT diagnosis, the signal, EEG signal monitoring. So we had 1, 2, 3 channels, and this is the frequency range for the stomachs. So those frequency range we can collect, and after the calculation we can predict the disease inside that. So this is the just experimental result on that. So this is just overview architecture. What I just wanted to mention that the basic benefits for this whole solution is that to like constipation problems for every people's, like old people has this kind of issues. So no portable device exists. So we have a small video. So let me show you that can make you more clear for whole overview. First one. Is it working? Cannot see.
We don't see the video. Okay.
Can you see?
No.
No, right?
You need to switch from a screen. You need to put in the other screen.
Stop that screen, previous one. Open run and then. So open this screen and then we can play. Is it okay now? No,
Not okay.
No.
no?
Cannot see the video.
Your Explorer, but not the video. You just need to change the so
The window.
yeah, the window to
Yeah, I just see the
video.
Explorer.
Yes.
Stop share. Can we save this file directly? No. Yeah, okay. No, I'm not coming. Yes, proceed.
Now, yes. Okay.
All right. So this is the just project which we are currently working on that. So we wanted to introduce you all. And if you have any specific comments, you can give it on this. Otherwise, I will hand over to the Antonio Jara so you can continue your slides on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Dhananjay. I will share my screen. 1 second.
Yeah, I stop my sharing.
Okay, thank you.
So any comments, Professor Alberti?
So yeah, then so the question of from my side for your presentation, Dhananjay, that was very interesting, was what is the real motivation to use blockchain? There is just to have a verification of all the data is being collected by the sensor, or what is the motivation?
The idea behind this blockchain device is that, as like in the hospital has several patients, right? So doctor cannot go directly one-to-one each patient. So the data will record it over the cloud server as a secure data for nobody can intervene, and then doctor can go for that. That's the basic purpose of that. If we have a variable device, I can use that device in my home, and my data will store over the doctor's cloud server. Mobile apps, he can only the person who can access those data using the blockchain networks. That is the purpose of the blockchain device. So nobody can intervene between those patients and doctor like that.
Okay, interesting. So
Because
thank
of the
you so much.
Yes.
Okay. So let me introduce this presentation. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Dhananjay, also for the excellent organization of this conference, and also for all the high quality colleagues that I have here today connected. So I will be also try to be as far as possible and try to explain you what we are doing. So first, I was introducing already before. My name is Antonio Yara. I did my PhD in the Internet of Things domain. And now we are working in Hopu, that is a company mainly focused in the valorization of the IoT for real market needs. We have been very focused in the gases emission in all the part related with air quality. And there is a very interesting use case totally connected with the previous use case from Dhananjay that was about how to valorize IoT plus blockchain in order to satisfy and solve some of the current challenge. In this particular, we are talking about climate change, we are talking about industrial gases emission monitoring, and how we can offer a reliable solution that based on the high quality data collection plus all the traceability and reliability that provides blockchain, we can guarantee to enable a new dimension of solution. So the first point is Hopu, that is the company I represent, that we, as I mentioned, we are very focused on the user experience and value engineering and how to move forward in the direction of enabling a new opportunities for the IoT market, introducing new technologies. For that purpose, we are manufacturing and producing some gases monitoring sensors. We are also leading some standards like data quality because we consider that for all these diagnostic like gases emission, also healthcare or whatever data quality is crucial. And of course, the use of open platform like Fireware, that is the reference platform right now in Europe and also being adopted in India, also in Korea by NEC. So it's really one of the much more extended platform right now for the future internet and for IoT development. So of course, the introduction of this technology are making new opportunities, and this is the kind of needs and problems that we try to address. The problem of guaranteeing that all the industries are not going over the threshold of emissions because all the different impact that they can have. And we need to guarantee, because this is a double interest, on the one hand, the industry want to be able to have a continuous monitoring in order to understand if they are making something wrong. But on the other hand, it's also an opportunity for workers, for the people working in the factory to know that they are not exposed to any kind of problem. And at the end of the day, everybody is winning because they don't have to receive any kind of penalty. There is not explicit motivation to violate any particular regulation. And of course, no one wants to have any health-related problem in the environment that they are working. So this is the formula that we consider is very interesting. That we can enable, thanks to the IoT that we enable with certified gas monitoring equipment, plus all the value proposition from artificial intelligence to enable data quality and be supported by a standard like the 2510 from IEEE that I am sharing. And all together, if we take into account the power of blockchain to provide a trustable medium, we are able to provide trustable and reliable solution, and this particular a regulation technology for trustable and reliable gas emission monitoring. So this is very important because this is helping to integrate and monitor and offer this reliability. We need to certify that we have the maintenance certificates. The employees need to be able to access this kind of solution and system. Also, we need to make sure that all the equipment is properly certified and is supporting the regulation. And finally, we need to have this corporate social responsibility to guarantee that we are not violating any rule. So this first component is these IoT sensors that we manufacture. These are certified air quality, noise and gases emission monitoring device with a high data quality certified by different bodies. So this is the first point, that is the IoT component. And second is the software as a service based on firmware in order to provide all this analysis and detection of potential anomalies, and in order to detect potential issues, and also try to provide a real-time compliance monitoring. Based on that, the last component is the blockchain, because it's the opportunity to enable this proof of trust and reliability for all the data accuracy, also the proof of all the record of the different anomalies and of the different events. Of course, the proof of availability for all the certificates and maintenance, regular maintenance that you need to carry out. And finally, a transparency with the people working in the factory and with the community to guarantee that they are offering a proper solution in terms of regulation satisfaction, safety and security for the workers, etc. So this is a real example of our deployment in one of the industrial injection, plastic injection for manufacturing tubes, pipes, plastic pipes. Well, this is one of the thermoplastic industries, and we were doing all the assessment and certification for them. And this was very interesting.
Other locations and other devices. So basically, what I will do is just a brief introduction, some motivations, data analytics, and I will explain how this data can be combined. And then I'll show you two results of two different data that's collected by two different people. One is by Mr. Althoff at the Stanford University work, and then there's some other work that's done through the data collection from a large chain of supermarkets in great area for London, in UK, Tesco. So, and I want to show how this kind of data can be combined together with the, for example, census data and other data that we collect every day. So the idea here is just to introduce a new way of thinking about data and the use of data in different areas. So large amount of data is stored from people or human activities. This human activity data that's collected, it could be, very simple one through your smart devices such as your smartphone, smart watch, and other smart devices are collected very frequently, and and they can be accessed in real time, and analysis can also be performed on them on real time. This kind of data on human activities and human movements can benefit society by doing analysis on those data for health and well-being of the people around the world in a city or a suburb of a city. Health and well-being information can provide the decision makers, policy makers, politicians, government officials in basically providing better services for health regarding the health and of the people in a very innovative way. So with the current power of data mining and data analytics, it is also possible to use data collected about human activities, human movement, human purchase data on supermarket data, for example, or a smartwatch and smartphones, to trace and track billions of actions taken by millions of people around the world. So we look at two data sets. One is by Althoff and another one by ILEO. And as I said to you, they are the data from from different places, but I want to show it is possible sometimes to just combine this data. Although not one-to-one combinations, but there is a possibility to combine the data and benefit from the data collected from different sources, from different locations. So the insight we can find from the human activities data, and when I say human activities, not just moving and running, but also from the purchase data, can improve our understandings of the physical and mental well-being of people. We can detect unknown health issues and behaviors that are not very obvious, and provide solutions to support health problems, mental problems, obesity, diabetics, and I will mention how it can be all combined to get some information from the data that's collected from different sources regarding one location. The solution could be used in diverse areas, such as design of new health programs, new health policies, new health policies regarding contents of, for example, ingredients, sugar, oil, in food sold in supermarkets, for example. Design of bicycle paths, footpaths, parks, and recreational places, improve health facilities designs for better neighborhoods and cities, as well as allocation of funds to combat obesity or diabetics. Available data about supermarket purchase, physical activities, and known health problems in an area, and social interaction and communication can provide us with health profile of people in that area. And as such, that can be very beneficial in when we do analysis in this kind of data. For example, supermarket purchase data, a smartwatch data, a smartphone data, provide information about people's daily lives and daily activities, what they eat, the amount of calories they use, their movements, their sleeping patterns, etc. The question here is, how can such a collected data can be utilized to improve people's daily life? Is it enough to analyze food purchase and online activities of the people to make decisions to improve people's lives? And the other question is, does data about supermarket purchase and online activities, is it sufficient to determine health profile of the people? And are the collected data from supermarket purchase and smartwatch and smartphones are with or against people when we use this data for data analysis? And this is a concept I want to explain today. So we look at the data that is available publicly from Tesco. That's a British multinational grocery and general merchandise retailer in the UK. In 2015, this Tesco supermarket was the 9th highest retailer in the world, with 81 billion in global revenue, and the biggest grocery retailer in UK. 28% of the market is held by Tesco in UK, and Tesco operates on a loyalty scheme where customers purchasing goods and products from this supermarket will then scan their club card, the Tesco club card, and it also includes the online purchases to accumulate points. So because people want to accumulate points, they join this club card, and then these points are used for redemptions of prices or discount vouchers that they can use again to buy more products from Tesco, for example. And with the customer consent, the record of their purchase is archived and linked to club card numbers. So although the customers are not identified, the location of the customer, where they purchase the products, what products they purchase, is that data has become available and we have access to them. So the data we have looked at was the in-store purchase, the purchase that was done in a store rather than the online, in 411 Tesco supermarket shops. in the boundaries of Greater London during the entire year of 2015. So all this data of the 411 supermarkets for 2015 is available, and we did the analysis on that. And also the authors, Ariel et al. In 2020 published, that worked with Tesco, published a paper on it on the Journal of Scientific Data, and made this data available to everyone now in the world. So if you want to do analysis for your class or more analysis, the data is there, and it's a large amount of data. And the data consists of 420 million food items that is purchased by 1.6 million people. So only the data available is for those people that use their cards. So the details was recorded, and that's what's made available. Any other purchase that's done during 2015 and the person didn't swipe or scan their club card is not part of this data set. So basically we're looking at 411 supermarkets, 420 million food items that was purchased by 1.6 million people during 2019. And based on the product that's purchased, all the details on each product, on these 420 million items that they purchased, the details on their nutritional properties, such as the amount of sugar, fat, calories, etc., for each item is made available. So the supermarket purchase data was done using the barcode. The barcode was scanned, and the type of food was identified. And it is also possible to compare the food purchase volume, the amount of food items, number of items, and the amount of food volumes that is purchased to population from census data. For example, all the data about people living in certain areas in the Greater London is available, and that can be linked to the supermarket locations, assuming that the person purchased the products in the local area. So there are lots of assumptions that's made here on combining the data with the census data. Census data will tell us the number of people in each area, in each suburb, in each city, in each locality. And this data food purchase tells us the amount of nutrition, and energy, and calorie of the products that's purchased from the supermarket at different locations. And we can combine them and assume that the people buy locally, usually, we can basically link this data together. So data can be used to link food purchase to a number of geographical indicators, silent indicators, which was studied in Ariel, etc. That I will provide their research also here. And that's what we use. We use the research and the published papers and the data to try to see if we can combine them with the census data in that area, and also the data collected from a smartphone and watches. On the other side, we look at the data that's collected from the smartwatches and the smartphone. This data is from 2016. It's not from 2015. It would have been great if we had the data from 2015 that we can correlate them together. And this data that's also available from Stanford University from different parts of the world, that this people that use that the smartwatch. And you can always argue that not everybody that goes to supermarket and does shopping uses a smartwatch and the kind of smartwatch for which we have got the collected data. So this is a bit arguable in this scenario, but what I want to bring your attention to is that data are collected at by different devices, by different organizations, by different people. Supermarket data is collected by the supermarkets. Census data is obtained by the government. Health data information is obtained by hospitals, for example, in Greater London, but all of them are available. And all we need to do is correlate the purchase data, for example, to the locality. to the area where the product was purchased. What data are captured and collected using mobile devices? In this case was the time and date, of course, day of the week. If it is a weekend, the temperature, movement and exercise data, heart rate data, sleep patterns data, if the person wears the mobile device with them, otherwise the data is missing on that area, acceleration and location data, and communication data. So these data can be used and combined together from different sources and can provide insight into the lives of the people, how people live, what they do, what they purchase, and where they live. And it can assist the locality decision making of, for example, do we need to bring new policies on health if the purchase are on high calorie, high sugar, and the obesity on that area is very high. So the new policies on design of urban design and parks and bicycle paths, other health programs in certain areas, or applications of policies on the products and the amount of calories that the product can have in the supermarket, the amount of sugar that we can have in that product. And this is what UK is looking at it with the soft drinks, the amount of sugar that's in the soft drink, for example, is taxed. So the tax is higher on the sugary drinks that have got high content of the sugar. So if you find out that if people are purchasing certain products in certain areas, that causes, and then there is obesity in that area is very high, or the diabetics, for example, you can conclude that is due to inactivities of the person and also the food that they use. Also genetics is involved, but many decisions many information can be obtained. So terabytes of digital data are collected for millions of actions by millions of people. With the availability of data about millions of people's behavior, it is now possible to analyze and track people's health behaviors over a long period of time at still lower cost. So we don't need to do lab experiments on people and provide them with certain food and activities to calculate the health benefits in certain areas. This data is already there. All we need to do is correlate all this data together. What we can find out is what kind of food people purchase in certain areas, from which supermarket, what kind of exercise people do, and how much do the people exercise. Of course, we don't know the data about the supermarket purchase is anonymous. We don't know who bought what, but we know which product was purchased at each time in each market. So we don't have the identification of the customers. At the same time, the data collected from the smartwatches is anonymous. So we don't know who is this person. So relating the data about exercises of the people in certain area to the product purchase, one-to-one is not possible. But it is possible to say, for example, from certain supermarkets, from certain areas, the products that are purchased has got high calorie, high sugar contents. And in the same area, we can say that, for example, people, based on the data from the smartwatches and the smartphones, if they exercise or they don't exercise. I cannot pinpoint the same person, but we're just looking at locality and the purchase data on that local and the activities in that local. So there's a not to one-to-one relationship between the who purchased what product and that person did how many steps or did how many kilometers of running in every week. But we know that the total amount of activities of people in certain areas and the amount of purchase of the goods, products containing sugar, oil, and other calories measurements that is there with each product. So we can say in general, for example, in certain areas, the sugar, the amount of sugar that's purchased, the products that are purchased, and how much sugar contents they have. And we can say how much exercises people in that area they do. So we can also find out how often people buy products which product sells the most in certain areas, what are the most popular times that people, for example, purchase foods or do exercises because of the data on time of the purchase and time of the exercises there. In this study, we didn't look at the time of the purchase of the product. How often people communicate and how they communicate, that data is also can become available. We didn't look at purchase data of people based on the Tesco data that was made available. Who needs to answer such questions like behavior, social, medical science researchers, decision makers, health professionals, policymakers, city and park designers, business owners? They are all very interested to know about the behaviors and human activities in the purchasing and in the movements in certain areas. We use the collected data about the activities, movements, etc., all the time, continuously by different organizations. It's all recorded. Some of them are made available, some are not available. And that is the issue, the problem with the privacy and security of the data, that not everything about everyone is available. The purchase data is available. We know how many products they purchased in each time that a purchase was made, per day, per hour, per minute, from a location, but we don't know who bought it. We don't know the details of the person. We don't know their names, we don't know their age, we don't know their gender. But we know at each location where a supermarket is, for example, in certain areas, how many people live, how many of them are male, how many of them are females, what are the average age there, based on the census data that we have. Of course, census data is a bit old, it's every 5 years it's taken, but there are still some accuracies in the data. So we can guess and estimate how much of this data still is valid every year. So these are the problem we have when we are looking at the data and we want to do analysis. There is no one-to-one analysis on the data because of the privacy issues and many other issues that the companies don't want to release the data. For example, if you knew that all the data about your activities from your smartwatch is sold or made available with your details, so you probably wouldn't buy that smartwatch. But if you know that the data about people in your city is, or in your area, in your suburb is available without being, without anybody being able to identify you, you have no problem purchasing that data. The data about human activities that I talk about comes from the available from Stanford University. This is on data on 68 million days of activities of over 7 million people in 111 countries. And based on that, basically, the people in Stanford University, Althoff and his group, when he was doing his PhD, basically did some nice analysis without being, identifying anyone. So you don't have any identification of the person, but you can figure out, for example, people in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, are more active in Australia or Seoul, Korea, based on the data that's available. The number of steps that people take in different areas. And Althoff made a very interesting observations, and they came up with this idea of health inequality. So based on the availability of footpaths, bicycle paths, the design of the cities, what is the chance of people doing exercise? From the data, what is very interesting to note is that from this data is that 90% of the data about users from 32 high-income countries and 10% were from 14 middle-income countries, and then including 5 lower-income countries. So the data that was collected was from different countries with different GDPs and income, average income. With average user recorded at 4,961 steps per day in 14 hours. So you can basically calculate how many people are walking in a certain city in Korea compared to the same another city in Malaysia, and look at the income of the people in those cities and the activities that are available and the then make some conclusion. Here it is. This actually comes from the Althoffs. It's all available on Stanford University, and the paper also he has published. Very interesting to look at that. Here it is a smartphone data from 68 million days of over 7 million people. And you can see the number of steps, average daily steps of people in different countries. And of course, the color shows the number of people walking. So if there's anything at 3,500 on average, it's red, and then it goes right to the blue, that's 6,000. And you can guess, this is Australia in the corner here. So the average walking of the people is much less than average number of steps that people, for example, take in, just by looking at this graph in Japan, a part of Asia. Of course, we don't have all the data about all countries. You can see the countries that are gray, the data is not available. But you can download this data from Stanford if you like to look at this data. Very interesting, just looking at the map and looking at the corner here, it will tell you who's more in which part of the world. So another interesting findings from their study is, for example, without looking at who has who this data belongs to, we're looking at average steps that people take using their smartphones, and also you have to remember not everybody has got a smartphone. The United States and Mexico have similar average daily steps. In US and in Mexico, average daily steps, this is the data from 2016, is over 4,700 steps. So 4,700 steps for United States and 4,600 for Mexico. But if you look at the obesity rates in US and Mexico, that's something you can compare, and as I said, the data is not complete because not everybody has got a mobile phone and you don't have the data about everybody's activity. But we're talking about 7 million people here around the world. Here is again another some information on the study that was done, and Althoff's again results here. I show it, and they call it activity inequality. And activity inequality is a better predictor of the obesity. So if you're basically living in a country that has got the low human movements or low number of steps taken on average by people, then you can say there's an inequality compared to another country that people walk a lot. And what they find out, it's not only the high-income countries that basically people walk and exercise. It's actually very interesting to see the low-income countries and the inequality between the number of steps. Inequality is that who walks more, for example, here. And the fraction of obesities. You can see here the data on the obesity of different countries, China, Japan, Taiwan, Russia, United States, which is very high, compared to the number of steps that they take, the daily number of steps that you can take, that they've taken. So the data is available. So these days, all of this data is available and can be analyzed. Another data I want to show you before I conclude my talk, I need 4 or 5 minutes to conclude, is that walkability of a city. For example, you can look at the walkability, you can look at the data on number of food in a city, and then check against the number of steps that are taken in certain areas of certain city. Here it is again, walkability in different areas. This is again Althoff's results I'm showing here. It was found that higher walkability scores are associated with low inequality. So what it says is like, if you provide cities that have got footpaths for walking and places for exercising, people will use them. Moving from there, what I want to do is look at the data on the supermarket here and how it was collected. So basically people purchase products and it attaches it to the locality of the products purchased. Also the calculations of for each product, their sugar contents, calorie contents, fat contents, and other ingredients that's involved or other contents of that, that product. So that comes with the products. In every supermarket, you can look at the back of the your product and all the details are there and it's stored in the supermarket, and you can have access it. So with the data that we have obtained from Elio et al. And I said to you, scientific data journal provides all the data that I am showing here on this 411 supermarkets in 2015 data. And here is the number of residents in certain areas and the number of customers in the area. So all the data is there. What we need to do is combine them. We need to make an analysis based on the data collected from the smartphones, relate or census data about locality, about the age of the people, about the income of the people, with the, for example, supermarket product data, the calculations of all the ingredients, all the calories of each product is there. So every time you purchase several products and put them in your bag, actually the calculations of the amount of calorie you purchased from the products, that you purchased is fairly easily can be calculated based on the data. And that can be combined with the census data, for example, in this case with the UK, and the amount of obesity in certain areas. Here again, the data comes from the census data from national office in UK, and it's actually the data I'm showing you here is based on the paper, again, by Elio, which is very interesting, and I suggest you all to look at that data, even if you're using data mining in your studies or projects or teaching. And so the data is there, and the correlations between the data, the calorie of the purchase, and the amount of movement of the people can be combined in the census data. So what I'm saying, the data from different sources, now we try to combine and basically predict data. Here is the data that the solutions that they showed in Elio from these supermarket data and census data combined on the local areas of the where the products were purchased, and based on that, you can actually predict the obesity based on the amount of products purchased or the sugar contents in certain products. So therefore, you can come up with policies to change the sugar contents and calorie of the products. I'm just at the end. With the COVID-19, data collected from supermarkets and smartwatches and smartphones can assist decision makers, for example, to identify, design, and implement innovative policies to improve people's daily life. I am finished actually. Here is, for example, the data that's collected from certain activities that people do now, during the COVID, and you can then use this data and combine it with data from, for example, purchases, supermarket spendings, and the calories, and come up with certain policies. I will stop here. Full details on my talk and the data on the smartwatches come from Althoff. If you can also search for data science for human well-being, the PhD is there with the whole data can be downloaded. With the Elio, you can also download all the data about the Costco from the scientific data journal. It's all there and freely available, and you've got access to all. Thank you for listening to me. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Masood.
Thank you.
So is there any comments for Professor Masood? Anyone? And any question?
One question, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Can we go back to the first slide on data analytics?
Yes. Just go back.
Professor Masood, are you going to share your slide again?
Yeah, I can share my slide.
Or you just ask the question, I think.
Yeah, I just want to, the questions related to the first, I think the first
Yeah.
data analytics.
Let me just get to the Zoom, and then in Zoom, I have to share. 1 second, please. There we go. I will share my screen. I didn't show you actually the analysis of the data. I'll just talk about different data that's available. And which one do you, this is the first page, second page? And third
No,
page? Yeah,
no,
no? This one? Page 6?
no.
Page 7?
Next.
Yes.
It's the one with title data analytics.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
that's
the
it.
first
That's
one.
the first one. There was a couple of them. Yeah, that's one of
No,
them.
the next, please.
Yes. And then I've got
No.
another one. No.
It's the
Yeah. The one with the graph, this one?
no the one with city when cities have parks and so on. People
Yeah, yeah.
can
That's it.
no
That's the one.
no
Yeah.
no.
No. This was on obesity. This is on the walkability and having walkable spaces.
No, it's the one who concludes
Oh,
that
yes.
when
Yeah.
no, it's about cities with parks.
Must be this one. Because this one talks about the number of steps people taken. This talks about obesity and the
No. So the one which talking about if you have enough parks and
yeah, that's the one. This one. Yeah.
in the city, people can
Yeah,
have more physical activity.
that's right. This is the one. Actually, this is not done by me. This is done by Alfo, and this diagram comes from them. So this is not my research. I'm saying the data
Okay.
that's available can make you can based on the data that's available, you can find the location where the number of steps are taken.
Yeah, the question is to know if do they already calculate the covariance or coefficient of correlation to know if
Yeah.
only having a park in the city, this can influence people to go to walking and so on. If that is only the causality of this behavior, because
Yeah,
we have
you're
to
quite
know
right.
exactly. We have to know what is the motivation, because having only parks in a city cannot motivate people to go to work.
You're quite right. You're quite right. What they did was look at the data in certain cities, and based on the
Yes.
data in certain cities, they look at the number of parks, pathways, bicycle pathways, and facilities that's available on that. And based on that, they're making this decision that, for example, based on, and this is the data on the weekdays and weekends. For example, if it's city, they are, saying the assumption here is that people walk here better because there's better footpaths.
How many?
Yeah, but it is not 100%. It's not 100%. What you need to do is you need to actually collect the data in the park if the people are passing that park. But without having the data about the parks and the data about how many people went to which park, you can conclude, and here it is that the conclusion they make, the city that's much more walkable, the city that's much have got better facilities, people actually walk more. There's no doubt about it. But what they what is this is not 100%, and you can argue this. My question is here, combining data that is, because the combining data that's there, and each data was collected for certain purpose, and combining all of them together to get some conclusion. For example, the data collected about your smartwatch is from your smartwatch, the data number of steps. The data about obesity in an area, or the census data can be all used to combine them together. Of course, you will not come with 100% accuracy because you don't know, for example, who walked how many steps. But
Yes.
if the person walking in certain areas, you're hoping that the person lives in that area because the data about where they live is not released. The obesity data is on the city, for example, or a region. The obesity data is there, but identification of the person is not there. But still, what I'm saying is like all this data can be sort of combined together. So if I know in certain areas, the products that they're purchasing from the supermarket has got high contents of sugar, and I know that in that area, people don't walk very well, they walk, the number of steps taken, average is low, I can conclude that there would be problems, health issues there.
Yeah, I think that this point is to contextualize this study because people from Western country and people from, let's say, poor countries,
yes,
they don't have the same behave or manner
yes,
regarding walking and so on. So having parks in a city in Africa, for example, cannot really be any motivation for Africans to go to walk or to have physical activity and so on. And people can have physical activity without having parks in the city. For example, in Africa, I see a lot of people who play football on the street and so on, go jogging and so on without having parks and so on. This
yes,
is not in African culture.
that's
So
right.
that's why I think this study has to be put in a context and let's say geographic context, cultural context, economical context, and so on and so on.
You're quite right. You know, the cultural aspects in locality is very important because different cultures eat food with different sugar content. Some people like, you know, some foods that are in certain countries use certain ingredients, and that ingredients can cause obesity. In certain countries, they don't use that ingredients. But also, the income is very important, and the culture and the health facilities, they're all very important. This is what we're saying. What we're saying is that there is large amount of data that you cannot correlate one-to-one or identify the person, but still can be used all together collectively rather than looking at census data separate, looking at smartwatch data separate, looking at the purchase data, supermarket purchase data separate. By combining them, you can get more information. That is actually the talk we talk about.
The
Thank
BMS lab
you.
is
Thank
a
you very much.
facility at this faculty. The faculty.
Hello.
Yeah, is there any other question?
No, thank you. Thank you, Professor, for the presentation.
Thank you.
No more question? All right. So thank you very much, Professor Masood. Thank you so much for your giving time. And since morning you are here. So after that, the session, I'm going to introduce two more professors. One professor is Thierry, he's from Germany. And now I can see that Jan William, he's from Netherlands. So I will give a brief introduction about them, and then they are going to discuss about what type of research they are going to deliver, as we didn't contacted, so they didn't prepare as a keynote speaker, but they are going to give very brief introduction about themselves and their project, what kind of topics they are working on that. Is it right, Professor Thierry? And then after,
Yes.
I think Jan William also, he's there. So you can also introduce for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, as much time you want. And then we have next session will start around 12:30. The session 10, that is the last session for this IHCI 2020. And then the session chair is Professor Masood and Professor Helmi as well. So it will be start 12:30. So during that time, maybe we will go for lunch, but we will request you guys to continue and finish your session on time. And after just your session, please text me the best paper from your session as soon as possible, because after that we have a best paper award from the each session we are planning to discuss. Because the each independent session handled by the all session chairs, they are seriously evaluating and monitoring.
Best paper award सांगितलं की त्यांनी.
Yeah, so 1:30. So then we will continue like panel discussion. There would be the panel discussion. So we will have a panel discussion, and then after we will have closing ceremony for this event. All right. So let me very brief introduction about Professor Thierry. So Professor Jan William, I do not have your biography, so it's better you can send me right now so I can introduce to them, or you can send to, or you can introduce by yourself. Is it okay?
Yeah, I can do it myself. It's okay.
Yes, perfect.
So the next session is about half an hour, yes, for us. Tell me.
All right. So Professor Thierry Oscar and Oda, he's an associate professor in the University of Bonn, Germany, and he's also the visiting associate lecturer, Institute of Mathematical and Physical Science, University of EBMI in the, I think it's in the Africa, and visiting lecturer is IUT. That university is also in the Africa, was affiliated researcher, and also Technical Institute, Technical University of Munich, Applied Software Engineering, the Department of Applied Software Engineering at Germany. He is a guest lecturer and of the many African and Asian East European universities, high connected with several European and US American as well as Brazilian university of the researchers. He received his diploma in computer science engineering from the Technical University of Munich, Germany, and hold his PhD at the Germany Federal Army University, right, where he work on the healthcare in the development country for the developing countries using ITC system. And then after he did the postdoc research work in the University of Bonn, and then after he worked for the drug regulators and affairs with focus on the knowledge discovery and drug marketing authorization, and he's also the member of IEEE. He has a lots of research publication. He is very he has supervised 30 plus PhD and master candidates, and his main research interest is the disease surveillance, risk prevention using the IoT technologies, healthcare system and patient health system as well, and also the impact of medical in education system, screening test and outcome. So he has similar kind of research interest. So I would like to ask Professor Thierry, please tell us more about your research interest and project to the audience, and then after we will go to the Professor Jan William. All right.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So my name is Thierry Edo from Germany. Hi, Jan. So I'll talk a little about my current research. I'm working currently on how can we use a smart home automation technology to overcome nursing care shortage in Germany. So as you know, the world is facing a fast-growing old population. So in Germany, we are facing let's say, nursing shortage, and since many years, the government is working on finding solution to face this solution. So they are hiring people from abroad to care from old people in Germany, but this solution doesn't really overcome the issues or the challenges the whole system is facing. So my idea and my colleagues' idea is to see how we can retain people at home, let's say aging in place, to reduce the burden on the whole system. So if we keep much people, let's say older adults at home, then we have only few people with serious, let's say, care needs in the system. So people, the shortage crisis can be mitigated. So I and my colleagues, we implemented a smart home application and that we test in many household in Germany, and we found out that the most important point is to, let's say, to support family dimension, so that the people, family caregivers can support their old people at home. So today it's not possible to get people to return people at home to support their old, let's say, family members, because they have to go to work, they have to face, to be socialized, and so on and so on. And the German government cannot also not provide sustainable financial support to those people. So how we can help those people to stay home and give better care to the old people, and at the same time to not face financial stress. So with smart home, people can work from home as home office, or can use this system to monitor and to help the old people at home remotely and work part-time, let's say part-time, and then they will not face financial stress. And they can, because today in Germany it's not possible to get pay when you are taking care of your parents at home. No, only the patient, let's say the parent who is sick, collects from 0 to 900 euro per month, and from 900 euro per month you cannot live. So the parent, the family member has to work, to go to work and get, let's say, earn some money for the whole family. So with our smart home automation technology application, we can support the familial dimension. We can support also young people to assist the parents at home and to not face low or less bad school performance, because with our smartphone, people have more time, they can get socialized, they have more time to perform the school exercise. You can, let's say, remotely monitor and survey the patient at home. And we want today, we are thinking about to use how we can use hologram to represent the parent at home, so that all people can get the feeling that they are talking to the, let's say, the member, the family member, without getting this at home. That is the next step of the study. And this, we already published part of this study as a book chapter, and the next part will now get, so I'm writing this and will present it or submit it soon to a journal. So that is, in short, the point on which I'm working. And any questions? Hello?
Yes, I have a question.
You hear me?
Yes. What is the use of hologram here? Oh, Mr. Professor just dropped off.
Please?
Yes, I just wanted to know, what is the use of hologram to assist people?
Yes, to have a projection of the family member, so that it's like augmented reality, so that the old people at home can get feeling that they have the son or daughter or family member at home. The time the family member is at workplace and working part-time and back home, because if they are alone at home, that is an outcome of our study. Alone at home, they are facing anxiety, they are fearing, they are alone, and sometimes alone, and they are not comfortable. So if we want to keep people at home, we have to provide them a comfortable home. So for that, so we need to see how we can duplicate this person is at home and at the same time at his workplace, because we cannot keep every people at home to work from home. If you are, let's say, a driver or a pilot, you cannot stay at home. You have to go and drive your car. But if you can work from home, you are a teacher or you are a professor, I don't know, you can work in home office, but not every day. So the day you cannot be at home, how we can cover that so that people get the feeling that you are at home and can have interaction, so that is the next point, and we can see how we can do this, because it's a bit complex. And yes.
Thank you.
Welcome. Next question. Hello. So,
Professor Jan Billion, you can also introduce yourself here to the audience.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thierry. So Thierry, I cannot see Jan William where he is. Okay, perfect.
There, yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you,
So,
Professor
Jan.
Dhananya Singh, Jerry, and others. Welcome.
Hi.
Let me share my screen, if that's
yeah,
possible.
we can see you. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so my name is Jan Willem van 't Klooster. I'm the Managing Director of the ICT-based Faculty of Social Sciences Lab in the Netherlands. And let me talk about a little bit about this, this laboratory for you in the coming slides. So our faculty is BMS, which is Behavioral Management and Social Sciences. And what we decided to do is to develop a laboratory faculty-wide with IT-based programming, virtual reality, and sensor services, as well as a number of high-tech enabled lab room that provide support for researchers and students with two goals. Basically, the one goal is to be able to conduct excellent research by attracting grants in close collaboration with top scholars in their disciplines. So in the social, behavioral, and management sciences, including psychology, communication science, business administration, technical business administration, the teacher education for computer science. And on the other hand, the idea is to attract and educate the student generation of tomorrow with a unique and appealing, high quality fueled curriculum. So to give a brief introduction of these labs, I can also do it in full screen. Please let me know if you don't see the slides then anymore. Maybe this way it's better. It's okay for you, so? I see some, yeah, okay. So we have a virtual reality room with a treadmill to be, or in order to conduct the VR experiments safely without especially elder people that come by to the lab, the risk of falling down. And on the other hand, the touchpad that you see at the bottom with the shoes on it, it's like a large mouse pad, but then for the feet. So it's possible to walk in very big virtual reality environments without bumping against walls. Of course, various software licenses and the like. Eye tracking is becoming very important as in studying human factors. It's important to be able to objectively analyze and measure what persons are seeing, what they are looking at, for instance, in driving in the traffic, or when they are researching the usability of certain products and the user experience. Of course, a number of observation rooms and monitoring and control rooms for laboratory rooms in the standard setting. And here on the bottom right, you see one of our rooms that is dedicated at studying virtual nature, in which it is possible to study the various aspects of nature and health for those who cannot physically go to the nature. Nature has shown to be very beneficial for the elderly, for restoration, for instance, but also for emotion regulation. Yet it is not always possible to bring patients to the nature, and by using virtual nature, you can bring the virtual nature to the person instead. And this we combine then with sound, but also with olfactory, with smell, using sense devices. And finally, of course, we have a lot of sensors for loan, such as the Empatica biophysiological sensors and Fitbits and the like. In total, there is over 14 rooms and over 100 types of measurement devices to enable projects, from students, to enable projects from researchers, data storage facilities, development by a team of engineers, both in virtual reality, data science related, as well as programming, web-based programming, for instance, and of course advice to do at project proposals to get funding. As you can understand that some psychologists that may be in need for IT-based development services, it's good to have this not at the university level where it's too far away from the actual target domain, not at a group level, because then it's a very small group of just a team of researchers, but in the middle, we are convinced this is a really nice place to be positioned at the faculty level in order to be able to be close enough to the research groups to know their research topics and problems, but at the same time scalable and large enough with a group of 12 people to be able to really make the difference. So let me give an example here at how it looks like.
The BMS lab is a facility at this faculty, the faculty of BMS, and actually they help us and support us in doing research. So they offer all kinds of equipment and support in developing software to analyze data, for example, about human behavioral analytics. Well, the nice thing about the cooperation with Thales and university is that we cooperate with people from Thales who actually deal with practical problems. So the interesting thing is that we work on real life problems with a multidisciplinary team from the university. After collecting.
Now here you see an example of one of the studies that we do with Thales. Most of you know this company in the defense sector, where we combine brain sensing using FNIRS technology, functional near-infrared spectroscopy, and eye tracking. And teams are collaborating here to solve problems in pairs. And while they are doing that, we are studying various brain signals directly from the brain, but also indirectly from the eyes or from the sweat level. And then it is possible to feed them into machine learning algorithm to learn behavior and to predict what people do if the task that they are doing together gets more stressful. So very important topic, for instance, in control room, command and control room settings, but also scientifically interesting to combine sensor fusions and to combine physiological sensors from different modalities. Another nice thing, you already saw it in the background in the movie, is the ability to use a mobile laboratory. What we did last year in order to be able to get to participants that really form a representative of the target population you may be interested in. We bought a van, and at the university, of course, you frequently have test subjects of 20 to 25 years old, highly educated. That may not always be a good target representation of the population research is interested in. So by using a mobile laboratory, it's possible to go to city centers, to go to a supermarket or a shopping mall, etc., to go to schools, and there do the measurements with the actual target population. This is in Europe the largest kind of vehicle that is still driven by a normal B driving license. And it means that in the back you can have about 12 square meters of lab space by 6 meters. As you can see, we added some computers, a seating area in the back with a table to do an interview or a usability study. And there's about 6 square meters or 5 in the front, which is enough to do, for instance, virtual reality experiments. And finally, there is a presentation screen, VR computing power independently with an additional battery, heating, airco, power, electricity, etc., etc. So this is really nice to use for measurements. Also now with the door open, it's Corona safe. So this is what we did with the fan. To give an example, usability studies for the Dutch Corona notification app. And for those people with disabilities, they could not come to the university. We went with the van to those people to do the studies on the beta version of the Corona notification app in the Netherlands. And these are interview-based, think aloud interviews, starting with downloading the app. What do people think about the app when onboarding? How do people appreciate the app? Do they understand it? If they get a notification, they have been at a high risk of infection according to the app, and what to do then in a phone call with the local health authorities if one gets positively tested. So, and these of course are difficult to understand processes. They use the new Bluetooth technologies from Apple, Google. And do people really understand that? How can it be improved? Was tasked to us from the Ministry of Health to evaluate. So this is something you can do at the university, but of course at disabled people, it's better to go with a van. Also the Corona times, of course, leads to more research. And what do you do then with brainstorm sessions? To give a nice example is here you see the Osterwalder business model canvas in a Teams session. So instead of just having a Zoom or a Teams session, it's also possible now in the Corona times to do brainstorm session with Post-its using tools like Mural, which we provided to our faculty, such that they can do brainstorm sessions. You see all kinds of Post-its put on a business model canvas, and this allows to do brainstorm sessions digitally. So what we see now because of the virus is that the lab services, they become hybrid. Apart from only using the physical services, more and more digital services are being used. This virtual nature I already explained. Because of time, I won't go into much more detail now. This can be seen also on our website, bmslabu20.nl. A nice example also of being able at home to train competences and skills is the following. What you see here is a virtual reality audience, which is used for presentation training. So a person is actually practicing his sales pitch, or in this case, his sales presentation, and the audience can be set to either be very engaged and interested in the talk, or they can be set to be completely disrupted and not paying attention at all. And this kind of virtual reality allows students to train their presentation skills from home, for instance, useful in giving colloquium talks, and useful in the teacher education program. And by using virtual reality, it allows to present very different places to present in, such as a courtroom or a large lecture hall or a small meeting room or a very large meeting room or a theater. And that allows you to be really immersed in a very different environment where you are giving the presentation. Those sessions can be videotaped, audio taped, but also the tone of voice can be analyzed. People talk very fast or slow, and if people talk very high or very low. So that gives insight in actually the presentation skills and allows for reflection and for training. Of course, one also needs to provide numbers of apps. So we develop ourselves various types of cohort study apps, experience sampling apps, and an interesting one is an app that combines physiological sensors, so integrating Qualtrics like questionnaire services with the Apple and Google Health platform in order to also obtain physiological sensors. And let me finish by giving an example of that. So what you see here is the iMotions software. A participant is looking at, in this case, a video commercial. And while she's looking at the commercial, you already see there is eye tracking being done. There is facial expression analysis being done. For instance, the sweatiness of the fingertips is measured in the GSR level, which you see go up here after some seconds. And the smile, for instance, is also going up. And this has to do, of course, with the stimuli that is being presented at the moment. So using this physiological technologies, eye tracking, facial expression analysis, and the GSR measurements or the galvanic skin response allows you to collect various objective information about the participant, which are looking at the stimulus, for instance, as I show in the movie.
I just stick it to the inside of my dryer and I never have to remember.
Yeah, I do.
So this, of course, gives much more insight than just qualitative feedback on the commercial. In this case, the commercial is a little bit over the top, obviously. You see very nicely the reactions in the emotional expression algorithm, and a little bit later in actually the physiological response of the body in the electrodermal activity or the galvanic skin response, which increases a little bit later in time because of the extra arousal and joy. So that was my short introduction about laboratory. Feel free to take a look online and contact me later on if you are interested in collaboration. I would like to thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Jan, for introducing your lab and your research team. And if anyone has any question, please, you can ask to Jan here. Professor Masood, do you want to discuss and you can talk to him, you can collaborate. He's very open to go for collaboration as well. Or
Thank you. No, I just wanted to thank the professor for.
Or anybody has any comment for him or his laboratory, please let him know. No comments? All right, then thank you very much, Jan William. Thank you very much for your time. And I know that it's very late night there. It's, I think, about 4 a.m.
4:25 a.m. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, Terry. Thank you very much for to making this as the last moment. Okay. So now today, we have a keynote speaker till here.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
One question, can you please share the email address of all participants for maybe any possible collaboration, or I don't know.
Actually, this all informations, the all speakers, it's in the proceeding I have included, and our discussion. This is also you can find in the I think Facebook Live. It's going on, so we are recording all our meeting and discussion. And you can send me email for personal information for any speakers and any participants if you want, like that. And we can keep on connecting in the Skype our further meetings. Is it right?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Terry. Thank you.
Okay.
So our next session is the last session, which is going to be start in, I think, 2 minutes, 12:30, right? So now 12:30, 26. So Professor Masood and Professor Helmi will take over, and they are the session chair of last session, that called session 10, right? So I think there are about 7 to 8 papers in your session assigned. So I think authors are already waiting there to present their paper. So you can take over, and that session going to be same platform. And after that, once your session will be over, then we will have a closing ceremonies, and we will announce the best paper award as well. Thank you,
very
Jan.
much, Professor. Okay, Professor Masood.
Yes, you're chairing, so I'm just
Shall we try, or shall we start, or what?
Yes, I think we can start if people are ready.
So I just want to check before we start. I
Prof-
just want to know the
Yeah.
presenter.
So Professor Helmi, maybe you have the all authors list, right? So you can check it
Yes.
there if they are available. So you can start your sessions as well, right? So once,
All right.
as
Thank
soon
you.
as your session will be finished, then we will have closing ceremony.
Thank you very much, Professor
So
Dhananjay.
please take care. Now, we are our team member. We are going for lunch, and then we are going back to be after maybe 45 minutes. Okay. So please take care of this session. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Okay. So, all right. I think before we start our session, I just want to check all the presenters is here. What about the presenter for paper 66? Is they here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Paper 90. Where is paper 90?
Yes, I am here.
All right. Paper 91?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, thank you. 93?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Paper 34?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you. Paper 36, the same, right? No. Paper 36?
Not yet in. Soon.
Not yet in. Okay, all right. And paper 68? Not yet as well. All right, so we wait for them, then that we start with the paper 66, okay? The title of this paper is the Design and Development of School Visitor Information Management System, Malaysia Perspective. Okay, so I would like to invite the presenters for this paper. So you are given 15 minutes, 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please welcome.
Thank you. So can I check whether you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see.
Presentation slide. Okay, so I can start now. Good day, everyone. I am Check Long from Multimedia University, Malaysia. And I'm presenting my paper entitled The Design and Development of School Visitor Information Management System from Malaysia Perspective. And this is the outline of my presentation. Now, the motivation. Visitors, especially unwelcome visitors, may pose possible risk to school children at school. And this leads school administrators to reinforce their school visitor management procedures. There are many software platforms available in the market to facilitate visitor registration process. Some developed countries use various technological devices and artificial intelligence surveillance technologies such as security cameras, video surveillance, video intercoms, facial recognition, body scanners, and etc. to enhance school safety. However, the application of technologies to enhance school safety is still very lack in Malaysia. Currently, there are some visitor information management systems in use and available in the market. For example, the visitor application. It is used to handle visitor records easily. It allows visitors to fill out the information required through the device that runs the application system. The system then notifies the host when a guest checks in. It also has the send invite feature that enables the host to invite guests and provide visit details to guests prior to their visit. And the host can easily track down visitors. Another example is known as Indo Visitor Management Application. It is used by the office to replace the visitor book in paper format. It substitutes events, guest books, seminars, meetings, and other activities that require visitors to register themselves. It allows users to register themselves, and it has various features and functions. For example, digital guest book, auto notification, digital signature, and print or share visitor card, scan QR code, take photo, and perform facial visual identification. Our proposed system is known as Easy Busy School Visitor Management System. It uses a MyCard and a smart card reader to manage the registration process of school visitors. And this proposed system is posited to enhance Malaysian school safety. As you can see in figure 1 here, this is a sample of MyCard. MyCard refers to Malaysian Personal Identification Card, or in short, we know it as IC. This is the smart chip in the IC. It contains the personal information of the cardholder, for example, the full name of the cardholder, address, race, citizenship, religion, birth date, gender, IC number, driving license, and passport information. As you can see in figure 2 here, this is a MyCard reader, or it is also known as smart card reader. The smart card reader is required to establish the connection between MyCard and the application system. As you can see in the flowing diagram, figure 3 is a hardware connection of Easy Busy School Visitor Management System. When the MyCard is inserted into the card reader, the program that has been coded to extract the information from the MyCard will retrieve the information from MyCard and send it to the application system for data processing and storage purpose. A laptop or computer equipped with a webcam is required to host the application system and to take the photo of the visitor. And the database here, this is a database management system. It is required to control and manage data capturing, processing, updating, and storing. So this is the interface of our proposed system. There are 2 types of user login. The first one is for the school security guard. The second one is for the admin. For the purpose of the presentation today, we focus on the security login. So this is the security guard interface. A more detailed functional features for security guard interface is illustrated by the flowchart here, as you can see in figure 7. There are 3 types of registration available. The first one is through scanning of QR code. This is meant for the pre-registered visitor. A pre-registered visitor, they can apply through the school and through the system. And once it is approved, they are given a QR code. Right, so when they reach the school premises, they have to present the QR code at the school to the school guard. The school guard will then verify the QR code through the system. If it is valid, the school guard will take a photo and all this information will be kept into the proposed system. And the visitor is allowed to go into the school. The second type is mean for local visitor. A local visitor who has a valid My card. The My card will be inserted into the My card reader by the school guard, and the information will be retrieved and kept into the proposed system. The third type of registration is meant for non-local visitor who has no IC or the identity card. So a manual key-in of information by the school guard is required. So once information has been keyed in, the school guard will take a photo of the visitor. Once done, the visitor is allowed to enter the school premises. Right, so as you can see from the chart here at the end, when they finish their chores from school and they want to leave the school, right, the school guard will check out the visitor from the system. So this is the whole process of our proposed system. All functional testing for Easy Visitor system fulfills the functional requirements and works well. For the presentation of this paper, I only show some functional testing for security guard as shown here. For example, capturing my card information, scanning QR code, checking out a visitor, right? So as a summary, with the extra security feature using my card to register through EasyVisit system, school administrators are able to obtain a visitor's information in secure, fast, and accurate manners. In addition, data manipulation can easily and quickly be performed. This helps to improve the work of school administrative officers and school security guards in handling school visitors. Our future work includes integrating face recognition or iris recognition function into the system. For non-local visitor, in which category the school guard have to key in the information manually, we plan to apply optical character recognition, the OCR technology, to the system to provide passport scanning and recognition. This is a list of our references. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I send the session back to the session chair. Thank you. Is there any question?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, Jerry.
Yes, I can hear, but not so clear.
Jerry is here. One question.
Yep.
At the beginning, you said that there exists already some system on the market. So the question is, what is the novelty of your work? What did you add to the existing system?
What I add for the existing system as compared to?
You add the novelty of your system, your work.
I'm sorry, I don't get you. Are you referring to any slide here, or you are comparing to other systems?
Yes, compared to other systems that already exist on the market.
Oh, okay.
What is the novelty of your work?
Yeah, okay. So because this is quite specific from one country to another or from one application to another. So this is just meant for Malaysian school, right? So if you compare to other, other types of visitor management system. For example, the system is used by hotels or is used by managing meetings, in which we also have visitors come to visit for premises, or in organization, they come to visit the organization. It's considered visitor, right? And for an organization, they also have kind of visitor management system. But mine is actually meant for Malaysian school visitor. All right. So in order to get a valid and accurate information, so we actually ask the visitor to present, especially local visitor, to present their IC, identity card, at the guide post, as compared to the as compared to the current practice in Malaysian school. Mostly we practice it this way. You just go to the guide house, and they will have a logbook for visitor to register themselves. They have to record down their name, probably the purpose of visiting, and their IC number, time of visiting. It's still manual way of doing the registration process. So that's why we have this system, and in order to capture an accurate information, visitor information. So that's why we have this system.
Yes, but the features you describe are not new. It's something new in these features. Why you don't use existing system and customize it for your use or for your purpose?
All right. So why I did not use the existing system? So the application will be different from one organization to another. So this is meant for school. This is meant for school. And if you compare to current existing available system, it's mainly for organization, in which the registration process might be different. And to ease the process, we actually propose to have an easy way in which we have QR code scanning for pre-registration pre-registration visitor, in which they can actually present the QR code to the guard, and the information that has been recorded in the system when they apply for the QR code will be captured straight away at the guard house during the visit.
Okay.
So does that answer your question?
All right. So I have another question. Okay, regarding the testing, have you done the testing about the process from the initial registration until the end of registration? How long it takes? And this is one to see if there are so many visitors coming into the school, then to avoid the long queue. You get it?
You mean the time?
Yes, the time. Have you tested the time of registration process take
Yes.
for one visitor?
For one visitor.
Yeah.
From reading, scanning, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Half 30 seconds to 1 minute.
30 seconds to 1 minute per visitor.
Yes. For QR code scanning.
For QR code scanning.
Yes. And for same goes to using my card.
Okay.
Using my card, retrieve the information. But for manual registration, it will depend on the school guard.
All right.
Because it's manual. So it
because
depends on the school guard.
I just want to see the performance of the system. If there is, for example, 10 visitors registered to your system, have you recorded the total time compared to the manual? So I just want to see that these are the performance that you can reduce the time.
Yes, that's a good question to me. Yeah, we do know that we try to reduce the long queue at the guard post. So yes, it takes around one minute approximately.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So any question? So if no question, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you all.
All right.
And
Okay,
I'm going to log out. I'm going to stop sharing. Okay, stop share.
Yeah. All right. So let's call for the next paper. Is paper 90. Title for the augmented reality, a systematic review on mobile learning outcome in education. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for inviting me. I share first the slide. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and good morning. Today, me myself, Hafizo, and my teammates, Muhammad Helmi Abdul Wahab, from UTHM, Abdul Zarin Slamat, Abdul Halim Asnan, and Miftah Huda is from UPSI, Department of Computing, Faculty of Arts, Computing and Creative Industry, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. Okay, my title is a systematic review based on the augmented reality in multimedia learning outcome in education. Basically, this research involves a systematic and thematic review of literature of studies involving the use of augmented reality in educational context. Okay, this one is my presentation outline from introduction, related works, method, result, discussion, summary, and some of the references. Okay, the introduction, augmented reality has become a popular educational research, basically that focuses on the potential of teaching and learning process. Therefore, it is the main factors that contribute to the wide acceptance of AR or augmented reality that could be a significant in educational avoidance context, particularly in conceptual understanding, inquiry learning, technology, and also for the engineering. And then the main concern here is deployment of the multimedia context inclusively on internet resources during the lesson that also enables and also focus on the instructional design of AR mobile learning with the use of relevant multimedia elements. Okay, another objective of my research is to combine two research questions here. The first one is what is the main characteristic and also for the design of the mobile learning, especially on the AR learning context. And secondly, on the primary technology of AR based on the context, specifically on the multimedia content learning. And then we have also searched for the related works. This one is mainly about the reviews to identify the several barriers of the implementation, basically on the technology in educational context. In such a review, the main focus here was on the use of AR, basically on the multimedia context, learning and insight into how the AR could be served as an assistive tools for students to learn more efficiently and effectively. Okay, we have also searched that later I will explain in the methodology how we identify screening and also eligibility and also included criteria in the flow diagram of systematic review. Okay, this one is a manuscript selection. The researchers have conducted some of the reviews, basically from the 2014 until the August 2020, and applied some of the query, basically a string search multimedia, augmented reality and education, and also learning and multimedia. This one is associated and concerning about the search process. And also the selected process has been intercoded with other researchers and found out agreement and disagreement between two different coders. Okay. And then the discussion throughout the process has signified and also the verify the inclusion and exclusion criteria. And finally, we found out 40 articles met the specific criteria for this research. Okay, this one is the flow diagram of systematic review of our research. We have identified from Springer, Web of Science, ScienceDirect, Scopus, and SAM Library. And then this step helped to reveal the positive impact of multimedia, basically in augmented reality, in helping or facilitating the students to achieve learning outcome in diverse range of educational settings. And finally, we have synthesized the final 40 articles that excluded using inclusive and exclusive criteria. The manuscript selection, the selection process of article was intercoded that I discussed before, and ultimately the filtering process yielded 40 articles that were deemed relevant and current according to such criteria. They have inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria based on the table. We found out that the article has to be peer reviewed prior to the publication, and for the exclusion criteria, the content of the article do not include teaching and learning in a multimedia context. Okay, the analysis of the manuscript using the thematic and also the content analysis, and then the system categorization process is to determine the pattern and also to determine the current trend of the world, current works practice in this research. And then basically this is a fundamental process that started with the researchers that we determined in our group discussion. And then the final research question will be grouped based on the domain and also for the characteristic for each study criteria that have referred AR in classification area. Okay, and then the final result studies yielded and resulted that 40 studies have been reviewed. Beside the multimedia learning content was selected because 15 of the articles were founded to discover augmented reality in primary classroom settings. In comparison, 20 out of the articles founded in university settings. 15 articles are related to multimedia learning, primary in classroom setting. Other than that, 25 articles has been discussed about the studies involving the use of AR in university setting. Okay, the discussion, we find out that the use of AR in education involves all levels of education, basically from the primary to the tertiary level. And then we also suggest that the use of AR is becoming more pervasive as practitioners are becoming aware of these huge potential educational impacts. Okay, we also find out that the use of AR in educational setting could improve the student motivation, interest, and also its performance. And also suggest that augmented reality technology could be used to develop the potent learning tools or application basically in the mobile learning or another application that involving to the motivation and also for the performance of the students. Okay, in this study, overall the finding indicates that AR application help to profound the impact of the development of strong cognitive effective and also psychomotor of the students skills, but it also important to use the needs to take into account that to enhance the learning throughout which student gain better of learning context and also can be efficacious. Okay, I think that's all for my part. Okay, this one is some of the reference. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Fizul. Any question from the floors regarding this paper?
Sir, I'm Dr. Nagamani. Can I have one question?
Okay.
Yes, Professor Nagamani. Yes, please.
Yes,
Yes,
Professor.
yeah, it's a really very good work. Present pandemic situation. This is a needy work. Yeah, your contribution of research in this domain and search the review work is good. But one question in this thing, sir, if we are implementing this AR related system in education point of view, so how much it's able to reach to the common man who cannot afford more technical kind of gadgets kind of thing. See, this implementation and other thing is good. So developed countries is different. Developing countries and other thing. So there is the still lagging in the technical point of view at the user end level. So is there any kind of review you have done?
Yeah, thank you,
My
Professor.
question is clear.
Okay, I get your questions. Okay, your question is for the technology enabled in the rural area, isn't it?
Yeah, in terms of bandwidth of the system, because augmented reality and implementation, it's reaching to the person is right, but the channel which is supposed to carry this information to the end user, so what will be the cost is effective or not, and how do we make the cost effective system so that it can reach to the user end? Is there any kind of review or
Okay.
your suggestion?
Okay. We are currently working on the rural area. Basically, to reach the rural area, you must be patient and also outreach, yeah, in this rural area with some of the. I think the main constraint here is the internet connection for the rural area. But we are now conducting a research to find out that this augmented reality content could be stored offline. This one is our effort to reach the rural area, basically to promote the augmented reality in education. I hope answer the question, Professor.
All right. So is there any question from the floors? From Masood, any question? No? All right. So thank you, Dr. Hafizer, for the nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we move to the next paper. It's paper 91. The title of the paper is the analysis of streaming information using subscriber publisher architecture. Okay, Parajit Talukdar.
Okay.
Please welcome.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Now?
Yes.
All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Parajit Talukdar. I'm a student of Assam Don Bosco University. And my topic is analysis of streaming information using subscriber publisher architecture. So the motivation behind my paper is that in our daily lives, we are generating data at an unprecedented rate. So this data can be of many types, such as numeric, categorical, or free text. and produced from all sectors of the society. So data analysis and data collection are two important terms for generating meaningful results. So in today's world, data analysis plays a crucial role in any individual or organization's day-to-day activities. So data collection is a technique of collecting and measuring information from innumerable different sources. So this is the work of Apache Kafka. So with this information, I draw the concept of a subscriber publisher architecture. So Apache Kafka has become one of the most widely used frameworks for critical real-time applications. And that is why I've chose this model for my paper. So the households generally don't have access to a prediction system where they can forecast their weekly consumption of electricity. So hence they need a system where they can send their previous data and get a forecast about the expected electricity consumption rate. So this project aims to address that situation. This paper also aims to calculate the time required for each machine learning algorithm.
Excuse me, can you please roll your slide? Because what I can see is the first slide.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm restarting it 1 second. All right. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm starting it once again. All right. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's moving. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm starting it once again. All right. So I'm Aparajit Talukdar. I'm from Assam Don Bosco University. And the topic of my paper is analysis of streaming information using subscriber publisher architecture. So the motivation behind my paper is that in our daily lives, we're generating data at an unprecedented rate. So this data can be of many types, such as numeric, categorical, or free text, and produced from all sectors of the society. So data analysis and data collection are two very important terms for generating meaningful results. So in today's world, data analysis plays a crucial role in any individual or organization's day-to-day activities. So data collection is a technique of collecting and measuring information from innumerable different sources. So this is the work of Apache Kafka. Apache Kafka has become one of the most widely used frameworks for critical real-time applications. And this is why I've chosen this model for my paper. So the households generally don't have access to a prediction system where they can forecast their weekly consumption of electricity. So hence they need a system where they can send their previous data and get a forecast about the expected electricity consumption rate. So this project aims to address that situation. So this paper also aims to calculate the time required for each machine learning algorithm used to find out which algorithm is faster. So my related works, there are actually two. The first one is a traffic monitoring system. So this is an application that processes the IoT data sent in real time in order to monitor traffic. So this has three components. The first one is a data producer, which sends the messages generated by the connected vehicles for processing. The second one is a data processor. This takes in data from the producer and processes them for analyzing traffic. So this is done by storing the total vehicle count and the total vehicle count for the last 30 seconds for different types of vehicles in different routes on the Cassandra database. And the last one is a data dashboard. So this receives data from the Cassandra database and sends it to the web page. It displays the data in charts and tables. The second one is the recipes alert system. So this is an alert system designed to notify if calories in a recipe meet a certain threshold. So all recipes data is used for this system. There are two topics that are used here: the raw recipes, which stores the HTML of each recipe, and parse recipe. This is the JSON format of the parse data of each recipe. There is a proposed method. So I've used the household power consumption dataset, which is a dataset that shows the observations of power consumed for every day between December 2006 and November 2010. And it has the following columns: data, global active power, global reactive power, voltage, submetering 1, submetering 2, submetering 3, and global intensity. And then comes the components of Kafka itself. So Kafka is the backbone of my architecture. So it relies on Kafka to send and receive messages. It uses a subscriber publisher model for real-time streaming. Then comes the Kafka producer. So Kafka producer is used to publish the message by pushing data to brokers. Messages are published into specific topics. And then comes the consumer. So consumers are those that consume or receive the messages published by the producer. Consumers have a consumer group name, and the data is ingested by the consumer from the topic. Then comes the Kafka topic. So it is a particular category of a stream of messages where data is stored. Each topic is split into one minimum partition. Then comes the Kafka broker. So Kafka brokers use use Zookeeper to maintain clusters, since the Kafka cluster consists of multiple brokers. Then comes the Zookeeper. It manages and coordinates the Kafka broker. So if any new broker is present in the Kafka architecture, the Zookeeper notifies the producer and the consumer. As per the notifications, decisions are taken and tasks are performed. So I've used like 3 algorithms for my model. For the first one is the linear regression. So it's based on a linear relationship between an input variable X and an output variable Y. So Y is calculated from X. That is, Y is dependent on a linear combination of the variable X. The second one is naive forecasting. So naive forecasting is suited for time series data and in case of cost-effective situations. It uses the last period's value to calculate forecasts that are equal to that observed value. So this model provides a benchmark through which more complex models can be compared. The third one is lasso regression. So the lasso regression model was introduced in 1986. It is a form of linear regression, but uses shrinkage. That is, like, it involves a process to shrink values toward a mean or central point. Then comes my architectural design. So in my model, I've used 2 publishers and 2 subscribers. So I've used an electricity consumer, which is the household that'll produce a data set, and the electricity board, or any organization, which will analyze and predict the energy consumption for the following week. So the first one, the first publisher is the household itself. So it sends the time series data to the subscriber, which is the electricity board. It ingests the data and it forwards it to the publisher, which is now the electricity board. And then the publisher analyzes the results based on the previous week's data using these 3 algorithms. These results are predicted, and also the time taken for these 3 algorithms to predict these results are sent back to the subscriber, which now acts as the household consumer. So the household consumer gets the final results and also the time taken to predict these results. So this is my architecture, and then comes the results. So I've done like 10 predictions, but I've shown here 2. So these are the predictions for 7 days from Sunday to Saturday, and this is the time required for each of these algorithms to predict these values. So this is the naive forecasting, linear regression, and lasso regression, and these are the predicted values. This is the time required for all 3 of them. So I've done this for like 10 times, and I've tabulated the results here. So these are the time required for each of these algorithms for 10 observations. So these observations are again like visualized in a graphical format. So I've made this graph. So as we can see here, based on my observations in my model, linear regression takes the highest amount of time for most of the observations except for 1. So this concludes that for my model, linear regression is actually a worse algorithm in terms of time required to produce the results, whereas lasso regression takes the least amount of time in 6 of these observations, and naive forecasting takes the least amount of time in 4 of these observations. So based on that, I can conclude that lasso regression is a better algorithm in terms of in context of the time required to produce the results, whereas linear regression is a much worse algorithm. So I have so this is the same thing. Thus, considering the time, it can be concluded that lasso regression is a better choice for my architecture to deliver an optimal performance and swiftness. So the summary of my paper is that through Kafka, streaming large volumes of data can be achieved within seconds. So multiple servers can be established so that data for different consumers do not get mixed up. So Kafka's architecture can be integrated with machine learning algorithms to generate predictions on a variety of use cases. For this, it's electricity consumption, which will be beneficial for the society. So this paper has also taken up 3 algorithms to calculate and analyze which of these algorithms is faster for this model. So by conclusion, I've come to conclude that lasso regression is a better algorithm in terms of the other 2, and linear regression is the worst algorithm out of the 3. So my future work is that even though I have done the paper on the basis of time, but there is also the question of accuracy, like which algorithm produces a much better results in terms of accuracy. So this is my future work, and it would also help to determine which algorithm can perform fast as well as deliver an optimal result. So this is my future work for this paper, and that is it. So thank you. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Linear regression is actually a very simple method for predictions. Have you used much more complicated models? And how many data items are we talking about? Just from X, you're predicting Y. How many variables are there as input? How many variables you're predicting? I believe you're predicting 1 item. And how many cases you have considered?
Oh, I've just considered global active power, just one column, but my model is not to determine to use a complex algorithm. I just wanted to see which of these algorithms actually perform better. So I took 3 algorithms on a random.
And what is your data set? How big is your data set?
Oh, I think my data set has like 2,000 entries, I guess.
Okay. 2,000. And then how many inputs into this linear regression? 1 input, and then you get 1 output, correct?
Yeah, but like I used the previous week's data to predict the following week's data.
And what was the accuracy? Can you show it again? Sorry. How accurate are these models?
I'm sorry?
How accurate are they? You predict 100% correct, or do they predict 50%?
Oh, the accuracy, I have not calculated the accuracy. So that's my future work. I've only done this in the context of like time required for each of these algorithms. So this is the output.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any more questions from the floors? No question. Okay, so thank you very much for the presenters.
All right, thank you.
All right, so let's continue. We'd like to invite the paper 93. Okay, the topic is detecting arson and stone pelting in extreme violence, a deep learning-based identification approach.
Okay, may I start, sir?
Yeah, please share your slide.
Yeah, now is it visible, sir?
All right, okay, you may start.
Okay, myself Gaurav Tripathi. I'm working as a senior scientist also, and I'm doing my PhD also from Department of Electronics Communication, D2, India. Now, my topic is detecting arson and stone pelting in extreme violence, a deep learning-based identification approach. Why I have chosen this topic? Because I have I've already done a survey on crowd behavior analysis and violence analysis. Now, any extreme violence is a sub story of key important events. Now, I have identified this arson and stone pelting as one of those key events which needs to be detected by either a computer vision camera a CCTV camera, or in future robots having a particular camera, so that they can alert the governing authorities. So the outline of my presentation is motivation, background, proposed method, results, summary, future work, and references. So what was the motivation? The motivation was violence detection is the key to successful governance. It affects crowd behavior because any violence can disrupt the peace of the people, and it can also hamper the business potential of the country, of the city also. So any form of violence needs to be identified and quelled. Now, from a previous history and going through the literature, we have identified that arson and stone pelting are two aspects of violence that needs to be identified as early as possible for proper diffusing of emerging violent situations. So basically, the paper wants to detect key activities of violence which can alert the governing authorities, and for this, I have used a deep learning approaches. So arson is a spontaneous activity which is executed by protesters for showing extreme emotional dissent to the governing authorities. Now, stone pelting is again an extreme case of mob fury against governing authorities. Pelting refers to throwing number of things at someone or something very quickly. Stone pelting is thus the most feared form of crowd violence that needs to be tackled on priority. And also, the arson and stone pelting activities generate a fear in the crowd and endangers life of humans in public and private property. So to basically decipher this particular problem, the motivation was transfer learning has been basically in and around literature and has successfully demonstrated the identification and classification approach. So I've used transfer learning based approach to detect extreme violence templates through pre-trained convenites. Now, arson and stone pelting are the significant templates in detecting intensity of violence. We use two popular pre-trained models for highlighting our approach. These models are VGG16 and Inception V3. These models have been chosen because they have performed exceedingly well in image classification task. The arson and stone pelting dataset has been curated using popular image downloader. I have used Bing image downloader and a particular script also to curate image from Google datasets. So this is a particular thing that we want to stop. These things do happen in India, and it also happens across the world. But yes, we have witnessed these things in India. So this is the arson activity when somebody tries to burn the properties or make something catch fire forcefully. So the background information is one of the items was to use to Twitter user images for classifying social attributes using common cues such as race, age, and gender to identify support base for US politicians. Now there has been a literature also analysis of images of prominent personalities of the countries shared on social media, which also can instigate violence. The public opinion about scheme of things of government and authorities have also been studied in journalism. Some previous work in classification domain pertaining to social event detection has also been done in the past. Now, the convex stream using 3D CNN using different classifiers have also been tested for violence detection. In the literature, we have also witnessed that a unique method using bidirectional convolution LSTM has also been explained for violence detection. Again, a unique method of flow detection for violence detection is described in particular paper 29. Now, another method includes extraction of visual cues for violent scenes detection. These cues help the model to identify violent and non-violent activities. So basically, what we are trying to focus is that classification between just two classes. Whether it's the normal approach would have been to classify just violence and non-violence. Now, I have gone deep into it. I have gone. We have deciphered like there are key activities which progresses the storyboard of violence. Now, supposedly it starts from a dissent, it starts from protest, and then it goes to then there is some disharmony, and then a stone pelting starts, then some arson activity starts, then a full-fledged extreme violence starts. So if we identify these key steps, then we can definitely help to raise an alert or alarm so that the public can be safe and the governing authorities can come and quell the violence using their respective methods like tear gases or water cannons. So the research contribution was a review of current state of the art approaches for crowd-related violent activities. The violence. Hello. Yeah, the violence start from low level and spiral into high level. The indicator for a high level violence is arson and stone pelting. These two activities have the potential to cause great harm to human lives and destruction of private and government properties. Now, curating image datasets for arson and normal activity images from the internet, curating image datasets for stone pelting and normal activity images from the internet. A novel application of transfer learning using a VGG16 to predict the arson activity, and a novel application of transfer learning using Inception V3 to predict the stone pelting. We could have been used vice versa also, but I have utilized these particular approaches for these arsoning and stone pelting. Finally, the performance evaluation of the model is done using standard parameters. So there are two popular approaches. We have used transfer learning. We have curated small data set. Small means around 5,000 images of one category and 5,000 images of another category. Transfer learning uses pre-trained models and makes small changes in the architecture. Basically, the base model is already trained on ImageNet, and we usually tend to tweak the final classification softmax classifier layer so that it can be adapted on my particular data set. So transfer has increased the number due to availability of many pre-trained models. Now we have definitely lots and lots of models like AlexNet, which is 16, which is 19, Inception, GoogleNet, and so on and so forth. But since the my personal opinion was like I have found this VGG16 and V3 very popular, so I have utilized just to make this proof of concept compatible to the world. So this is the proposed VGG16. This is the proposed Inception V3. Now the results. For the implementation of proposed arson detection in crowded places, we use standard Keras application with Python on Ubuntu operating system. Experiments were conducted on standard machine equipped with NVIDIA Titan X GPU. The training was performed to generate a model file. The best part of transfer learning is that the number of epochs can be very limited, and we can achieve a good amount of accuracy. Again, yes, the people will definitely say that since the data set is not in millions, so yes, there can be issues of overfitting. But since it is a proof of concept, we have come a longer way to produce this concept. The training was performed to generate a model file. Since the data is small, the number of epochs is set to 30. The model uses Keras. The metric used for image classification is accuracy. Accuracy is defined as the proportion of so the training accuracy and loss diagram for arson identification, it's a 97% accuracy we have achieved using VGG16 for arson, and we have achieved almost 98% accuracy using Inception V3 for stone pelting. So now what does it promise? Now, how does this particular approach can help the world or the computer vision community? It can help like violence detection is the key to govern cities. Dissent is rising. We have witnessed in India also in the recent, in the starting of year, we have witnessed a bit of problems in our capital city. So violence detection is the key to govern cities so that things cannot go out of hand and people can be quelled. People violence can be quelled beforehand. Discontentment is on the rise. Yes, there can be so many reasons for discontentment. I'm not going to it. So detection of level of violence. Now, if we fuzzify the level of violence, this arson and stone pelting is the highest level of violence, and it leads to extreme violence, which can clearly cause havocs in the vicinity in the cities and can play with the lives of people. So we need to stop it. So detection of level of violence can help governing authorities can take appropriate measures. And the best part is integration of real-time video usage of preventive measure needs to be integrated. So also goes into it. If we can train, we have already trained this model. Now we can, if we can deploy it on an Android platform, any person can use it on their mobile. And if he or she feels like he's in some kind of trouble, he can take pictures randomly in the real time and can get key where there is a possibility of violence exist or not, whether stone pelting is happening or not. where arson is happening or not. And if the situation, if the results are positive, yes, then the public can go to a safe place. So that's it from my side. These are the references, and so I hope back to the session chair. I hope I have demonstrated the proof of concept of the violence detection and how can it help the governing authorities.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation.
Thank you,
Any
sir.
question? Any question from the floors regarding this topic?
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Yeah, good work, Gaurav. Yeah,
Thank you,
you are a
ma'am.
research scholar, so I would like to ask a bit practical oriented question here.
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, so you have worked on TensorFlow and this deep learning method, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
have you
Yes, ma'am.
checked with the same data with the different environment? Have you worked in Colab or your own GPU systems?
Ma'am, I have for a very small data set, I have worked on Colab. Then I implemented on my Python on Ubuntu systems.
Fine. So have you
yeah.
verified that? Have you verified with the different core lab operating system level? Is there any improvement in the system kind of improvement? And so you
Ma'am,
have got the
the best
95.
part, ma'am, the best part is if we run it on a Colab, it gives a better performance because they have a very good GPU itself. So yes, if the GPU is powerful, it will the result will differ, sir.
Yes, Colab is giving the good performance, but inputting
Yes,
and
ma'am.
other thing, your system capability is also important. Everyone is using the Colab,
Yes, ma'am.
and Colab comparison is a common thing. But when you are
Yes, ma'am.
thinking about real-time application and your mobile and other thing, the system environment will be
Yes, ma'am.
different. Is there system
Yes, ma'am.
environment is influence on the performance of the system? Identifying the
Definitely, ma'am.
exact violence kind of thing. Have you worked on that part?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please, I have taken your point. I'll definitely look into it, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Any more questions from the floor pertaining this topic? No? All right. So thank you very much, Gaurav, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So let's continue with the next paper. Is paper ID 34. Okay. So the topic is EEG motor classification using multi-band signal and common spatial filter. Is the presenter here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, please.
Please allow me to share my screen.
Yes, please.
Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see.
All right. Okay. So I will start my presentation.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tan Shen. I'm going to present the research paper of me and Dr. Nur Rashid King with the title of EEG motor classification using multi-band signal and common spatial filter. This is the outline of this presentation, and we'll begin with the motivation. Okay. The scientific objective of this research is to build a classification framework using techniques such as CSP filters, continuous wave transforms, and pre-trained CNN to provide a good solution in decoding hand motor movement from EEG signals. The problem statement is that the EEG signal is highly affected by the artifacts, and when there are more motor events, it will cause higher difficulty in classification and lead to low classification accuracy. Okay, next I want to talk about the electroencephalography or EEG signal. EEG signal is one of the popular approaches for analyzing the relationship between the motor movement and brain activity. EEG signals can be used as the input of the BCI, brain-computer interface device, for the applications like prosthetic devices. So how can an EEG signal can be recorded? Our brain cells communicate with one another through electrical driving forces, resulting in the electrical activity of the brain cell. As this figure shown, the catheters capture the brain's electrical driving process and send sign to a PC which logs the results. Okay, for introduction, this paper aimed to build an algorithm for classification of 3-class motor movement using CNN DenseNet. The 3-class motor movements are grasping, lift, and hold. The EEG data is collected from the subject that physically perform the series of motor movement. But the techniques that we are using here is the pre-processing, pairwise CSP, and continuous wavelet transform. In these sections of background information, I will talk about the common spatial pattern CSP filter. This is a feature extraction technique that can transform the data into a new time series, resulting in maximizing the variance of one event while minimizing the variance of the other event. CSP filter is based on 2-class classification. So what shall we do when we have multi-class problems like it is 3-class in this paper? We will break them into several classifications of 2-class problem. There are 2 popular methods, which are one versus the rest, OVR, and pairwise. For the one versus the rest method, it will be like the class of grasping versus the rest of the class, which is lift and hold in this research. An assumption is made that the covariance matrix of all the events are approximately similar, but this assumption is not applicable in the realistic world data. For the pairwise method that is used in this research, we'll be doing grasping versus lift, grasping versus hold, and hold versus lift, which are in pairs. The type of CSP filter that apply in this paper is filter bank common spatial pattern FBCSP filter in short. It consists of 4 steps, beginning with using the filter bank to filter the EEG in a desired frequency range only, which is alpha, beta, delta, and theta band in this paper. The second step is using the CSP algorithm to do spatial filtering, then feature selections. The last step is performing the classification for the motor function based on the selected features only. In these sessions, I will interpret the methodology. This figure is the general methodology for training and testing the machine learning algorithm. Let's look at the information here. The data collection was done by the WEI consortium. The original data is from 32 electrodes with 500 Hz sampling frequency. This data set consists of EEG recordings of 6 motor tasks collected from 12 healthy subjects, where each subject is performing 10 series of recordings having 30 trials within each recording. But for our research, only 3 motor tasks are used to investigate the performance of classification using the multiband EEG and CSP method. The tools that we are using is MATLAB and various MATLAB toolbox. For the CNN architecture that we have chosen for this paper is DenseNet. From this flowchart, these are the 13 electrodes out of 32 electrodes chosen as they are known to be active for the executed motor function. We will go to flow of this stage. This is the first stage, pre-processing. We are doing the eye blink artifact removal and also removing the unwanted signals come from the power line with a 50 Hz notch filter, because these are the artifacts that might cause low classification accuracy. Next, multiband filtering. The selections of multiband EEG is considered based on the range frequency related to motor movement. The frequency range of 4 Hz to 40 Hz cover most of the features that are related to the motor movement. These are the frequency band: delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. And their frequency range respectively. Note that the gamma band was not chosen in this research because 50 Hz noise from the power line falls in the gamma band. We are using the filter bank technique to do the multi-band signal extractions. Butterworth low-pass filter is used for the delta band, and the 12th order Butterworth bandpass filter is used for the theta, alpha, and beta band. For data normalization, in general, the normalizing the data will speed up the learning and lead to faster convergence of the trained network. In simpler terms, normalization makes sure that all of the data looks and reads the same way across all data. That is feature extractions. This diagram is showing the process of the multi-band extractions from 13 electrodes until scalegram conversions. The filter multi-band data will go through the CSP filtering for feature extractions, then converted into Grayscale scalegram through the continuous wavelet transform, CWT in short. So what is the continuous wavelet transform? It is basically a sliding window method. Let's look at this figure. It is using a window size of 500 samples and sliding with 100 samples. Since we are using the 13 electrodes, the RGB scalegram is generated based on 5 combinations of electrodes as follows. From this figure, we can see the process of the continuous wavelet transform clearly. These are the 13 electrodes chosen. And data from every electrode will go through the frequency band extractions, delta band in this case, then CSP filter and scalegram conversion. The Grayscale scalegram for 3 electrodes will be concatenated as one RGB scalegram. The STEM steps are apply for the signals from the alpha, beta, and theta band. For extra information, the number of RGB scalograms for each grasping versus leaf, grasping versus hold, and leaf versus hold is 24,320 images. For implementation detail, the RGB scalograms will be split as testing, validation, and training data with the ratio of 0.1 to 0.1 to 0.8 respectively. The training data is used for training the pre-trained CNN. The testing data is used as unseen input to the trained CNN and evaluates the performance of the algorithm. While the validation data is used during the training of CNN for assessing how well the network is currently performing, hence can be used to detect the overfitting problem. For our results, the first row of these scatter plots is showing the EEG signals before CSP filtering, while the second row of these scatter plots is showing the EEG signals after CSP filtering from the 4 bands. CSP filtering transforms the data into a new subspace, having better interclass separations for the 3-class signal. This trend is clearly visible from the plots, especially from the delta and beta bands. After CSP filtering, the signals from the same class to be closely clustered together, giving a good separation for the 3-class data. This table is showing the performance of the EEG motor classification using dense nets. It is expressed in terms of accuracy for 12 subjects. In summary, the overall accuracy of classifying the 3-class motor function, grasping versus leaf versus hold, is between 94.9% to 99.5%. The accuracy for leaf is the lowest with a minimum value of 88% to maximum value of 99.5%. However, this variation is expected because the EEG varies from one subject to the another. From the confusion matrix, we can see that the leaf are often wrongly being classified as grasping, and vice versa. This may be due to the fact that 2 of the movements occur in consecutive manner, grasping followed by leaf. Furthermore, the change of the movement from the grasping to leaf is relatively small, and therefore the EEG signal might have similar features. Perfect classification is achieved by hold for all subjects, and this may be due to the unique finger movement of hold, where the subject has to press both thumb and index fingers on the object. For summary, the analysis of the EEG signal motor functions plays an important role in the development of practical BCI systems, which are commonly developed for the neurological disease patients and amputees. In summary, the classification of motor EEG signals based on the delta, beta, theta, and alpha band CSP filtering has shown promising results, with average subject accuracy between 94.9% and 99.5% tested on dense nets. From the results, we can observe the effectiveness of the multi-band CSP-based method for classification of EEG motor functions. For future work, this paper is building an algorithm for the classification of 3-class motor movement using CNN DenseNet, but only 3 class out of 6 class motor movements is involved in this research. Secondly, we are using the DenseNet as the architecture to do the classification. Therefore, my suggestion on the possible future work is to involve all 6 classes of the hand movements and do classification with other CNN architecture, which might generate a better classification accuracy. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Any question from the floor regarding this topic?
I have a question, Professor Rob. I just want
Yeah,
to know, just explain the accuracy. I didn't understand the accuracy part that you explained with the different information part. Just a brief one, if I can ask you to explain again.
Which one? Which one?
The last one that you talked about, the accuracy of the
accuracy. This one?
Yeah.
This one?
Well, yes.
All right. So actually, we are taking the data from 12 subjects. Okay, so 1 subject means 1 human. Okay, so we have 12 humans here. So we are doing the classification based on the EEG data that we recorded from all of these 12 subjects. So these are the accuracy that we get from each of the subjects, which is 94.9% to 99.5%. So some EEG data from the particular subject have high classification accuracy, like from subject 5, it have 99.5% accuracy. But some has only low classification accuracy, like subject 12 only have 94.9%. However, this accuracy can be considered as relatively high to do the classification of the motor functions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any question on the floor? Okay, no question. Thank you very much for your presentation.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, so we continue with the next paper is paper 36. Is the presenter here? For paper 36? No. So what about paper 68?
Sorry, Prof. Hilmi, he is here. Zia, are you there?
Yeah. Okay. Please continue. Cannot hear you. You may start your presentation.
Zia, you are mute.
We cannot hear your voice. Please unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Please.
My name is Yaurahan. Today my presentation is about topic segmentation of prostate in MRI images using depth separable convolution operation. Uh, outline of my research, my paper is Introduction to Prostate Cancer and MRI Imaging Techniques. Second, related work on to two-way prostate MRI segmentation. Third one is problem statement. Next is methodology. And second and last is result and discussion. And the final one is conclusion and future recommendation.
Excuse me, can you show your slide full screen?
Okay, full screen.
Okay, all right.
Okay. What is the motivation toward prostate MRI segmentation? Prostate MRI segmentation is the second most diagnosed cancer. Prostate cancer is the second most diagnosed cancer throughout the world. And the ratio of prostate cancer in the United States in 2019 is nearly 17 million people were diagnosed and 60 million were 60 million were died. 17 million people were diagnosed because of prostate cancer and 60 million people died because of prostate cancer in 2019 in United States. As we can see, the ratio of prostate cancer in the different part of the world, like we can see in Africa, similarly in the America and Europe. And the ratio of prostate cancer in the world is that every 9 men, every 1 man will be diagnosed because of prostate cancer. As we can see the ratio in the figure 2, that the ratio of prostate cancer is 11.6 in the men in the US. Uh, Then another is chemotherapy required mini visit, because if the person is having prostate cancer, he will go through the consecutive chemotherapy process, which is costly as well as time consuming. Each visit of chemotherapy will go through the MRI screening. So MRI screening should be done by segmentation to identify the disease, which require large number of experts, and we know that expert radiologists are in less number. Introduction: what is prostate cancer? Prostate cancer is the proliferation of the glandular tissue of peripheral zone. There are different techniques which are used for the identification of prostate cancer. First one is PSA, prostate specific antigen, which measure the amount of PSA in the blood. Second is digital rectal analysis, DRE, which measure the size of prostate, and like as we can see in the figure 4 DRE test, like needle is used to check the size of prostate. And the last one is prostate health index, determine the risk of prostate cancer. Like we can see in the figure 3, prostate health index is used, which measure the level of PHI. If the PHI is level is more than the 10, then the person will go for the prostate biopsy. If the level of prostate is within the range of 2 to 10, then the person will go for monitoring purpose. And to decrease the invasiveness of these tests, MRI imaging techniques are used, which are which are non-invasive and good in staging of prostate cancer. The MRI have better resolution as compared to the other imaging techniques like ultrasound and computed tomography imaging techniques. Related work, as we can see, the related work as shown in the the machine learning versus the deep learning, and we can see from the result there's the deep learning techniques have comparatively performed better than the machine learning techniques. See, like this is the machine learning techniques, and these are the deep learning techniques, CNN in unit, and we can see the DC dissimilarity coefficient value of these machine learning techniques and the deep learning techniques. What is the problem statement for the prostate MRI segmentation? As we can see from the figure that prostate have interpatient variability and
Their
shape.
audio is not there.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, okay. Problem statement. During the segmentation of prostate cancer, the segmentation faces the following problem. First one, the interpatient variability in prostate shape. Like we can see, like the one patient, the prostate shape and size, and the other patient prostate shape and size. There is a difference between them, and also the scanner type, like using the 1.5T scanner or 3T scanner. Second one is blurry boundary of central gland and peripheral zone. Like during the segmentation process, the boundary between the peripheral zone and the central gland, there not clear identification of these boundary between these two glands. This also causes problem in the segmentation process. And this work we are using the online data set of I2CVB data set, which contain of 40 patients. The data set is collected by two different MRI scanner, 1.5T and 3T.
Okay, so Professor, I think we cannot hear the voice. Professor Nagamani sending message, she cannot hear well. Is it audible, Professor Mani?
Hello.
I mean, I can hear it.
I can hear.
Now we can hear, it's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead now. Thank you.
Should I continue?
Yeah,
Hello?
she can hear.
Please.
Okay. Methodology. This is the flow chart of my methodology for the segmentation of prostate MRI, which this started from the training of MRI images. These are the MRI images, and these are the masks. First of all, the data will go through the pre-processing steps. And pre-processing step, image denoising, image cropping, and denoising of images. Because as I told in the data set that images were collected by two different MRI scanner. So first of all, we will do the image resizing, and then image resizing the data will be go for cropping purpose, and then after cropping, denoising will be performed. So after denoising, the data will go into the deep neural networks. And this work we have compared the two different deep neural network. One is unit and other is deep lab-3 plus with the dice loss function. After training this network with this data set, the test data will be used, which consists of images and reference mask, which will also go through the same pre-processing step. And this test data will be used to test the trained deep neural network, which is unit and deep lab 3. After getting the result from the testing, we will do the evaluation by comparing the reference mass with the segmented mass using Doi similarity coefficient. Methodology image pre-processing. First of all, we will do image resizing to get a common size of data set like S320 by 320. And second step, to reduce the uh, we will do the center cropping because we know that the background region is comparatively more in the prostate MRI as compared to the prostate region. Therefore, to reduce the background region, we will do the center cropping to the size of 256 by 256. And the next image preparation step, we will do the denoising of data set. As we know that during the collecting of MRI data set, some noises are added. So these noises are removed by using the BM3D filtering process with a sigma value of 25. And at the last, during the training of deep neural network, data augmentation is performed by two-way, by random mirroring and the random translation by 10 minus, as we can see in the figure, that random mirroring and translation of images is performed during the training of deep neural networks. Rheology encoder decoder network. First encoder decoder network that we have used is UNIT. UNIT is U-shaped network in which on the left side is called the convolutional consists of convolutional network, while the right side consists of the deconvolutional network. In each step, feature map is restricted, and then feature map is forwarded to the next convolution step, and a part of feature map is forwarded to the deconvolution part by using the skip connection. These are the skip connections. So at the last, from the last convolution part, the feature maps that are obtained will be forwarded to the deconvolution part, and each deconvolution part, a reverse process will be performed. While some information from the each convolution part will be forwarded to the skip connection to the deconvolution part, which will be added with the upsample part after deconvolution. And each step, this feature map will be added, and this feature will be added. At last, we will get the output output segmentation map. Like for getting this output segmentation map equal to the input image, we will do the padding process. So at last, we will get the output segmentation map with a good resolution and of same size. Second encoder decoder network is DeepLab 3 DeepLab 3 have two special characteristics. One is a Strauss convolution, and second is a Strauss special parameter pooling process. From figure 17, we can see this, and like different convolution step will be performed with a different rate, rate 6, rate 12, rate 18, and pooling process. So the output of all these convolution will be concatenated at the output, and then one by one convolution is performed to reduce the number of channel. These output of these convolution will be forwarded to the decoder part, where decoder part these feature map will be upsampled by 4, and also the low level feature that is obtained from the will be also passed through the one by one convolution to reduce the number of channels. Later, and the later part, these two will be concatenated and then will pass through by 3 convolution to more refine it and then upsample for the purpose to get the same size output as the input. As I discussed the architecture, there are two benefits. By reducing the number of channels, it will reduce the computational time, and different feature map are obtained by using different rate, it will increase the information. So deep layer-3 network is comparatively faster, and because of more information during the convolution process, so it will enhance the segmentation process. Okay, and we can see the difference between the standard and Strauss convolution in figure 17. Like in standard convolution, the feature map is taken like this way, as we can see in the animation of figure 16. While in Strauss convolution, the feature map is obtained by this way, as we can see in the animation of figure 16 and the left side of the figure 16. Implementation detail. Using to train these two encoder decoder network, we have used the GPU 2080 with a memory of 32 GB and code addition of 10.1. ADAM optimizer was used with a learning rate of 0.0001 and a mini batch size 16. Data was split into 80 and 20% for testing, and dice class function was used during the training of network. Methodology evaluation matrix. In this work, to evaluate the performance of the network, we have used the dissimilarity coefficient, having the equation as 2TP divided by 2TP plus FP plus FN. And we can see that how to evaluate this network. We can see from the figure, from the right corner side, there is a reference mask, there is a predicted mask. So the common region between these two is called TP. The region of predicted mask, that is called FN, and FP, the region of the reference mask. So using this equation, we evaluate the network, that how much these two networks are similar to each other. Result in discussion: quantitative performance of I2CVB dataset. As we can see from the table, unit and deep lab. This is the result for the peripheral zone. This is the result of central plane, and we can see in the circle the best result obtained by deep lab B3 for CG and for PZ. While the state of artwork that is used for I2CVB dataset is Jensen 11, having the PZ value of 69.2%, while the dice value for CG is 79.4%. Result in discussion: qualitative performance I2CVB dataset. As we can see from the figure, this is the result. First row shows the result for 1.5T scanner. Second row shows the result of 3T scanner. This is the ground truth with a prostate boundary. Red shows the ground truth boundary, while the white shows the predicted boundary. Here the overlap between the ground truth and the predicted boundary for deep lab V3. Here is the overlap between the ground truth and the predicted for unit for 1.5T scanner. And this row, this is the ground truth boundary, and here is the overlap between the ground truth and the predicted boundary, and here is the overlap between the ground truth and overlap and the predicted boundary. From the diagram we can see, now from the figure we can see that the overlap between the deep lab between the predicted and the ground truth for the deep lab is comparatively better than the unit. Here we also see that overlap between the ground truth and the predicted is better than the unit for the deep lab 3. So we can say that deep lab have performed better than the unit architecture, as well as than the state of art architecture, as I have explained in the previous slide in the term of quantitative performance. Conclusion: in this work we have evaluated two encoder decoder network, which is unit and deep lab 3. During the training of this network, we have performed few pre-processing steps like denoising and cropping of images. as we know that deep learning have performed better than the because of its ultra separable convolution and ASP architecture. Future recommendation is we know that deep neural network require large amount of data set. Therefore, to train the network for the learn, we need a generative adversarial network which will use for the augmentation of data set having same distribution is like the training set. Thank you.
Okay, any question from the floor regarding this topic? Anyone? Prof. Masood, do you have a question?
Oh, I just want to know if you work on a colored image or black and white when you were.
There is Professor Nagamani. She is asking one question. So, is there any significance of memory of 32 GB MATLAB?
Yeah, because using the not training the deep neural network, like as I've discussed, unit and deep lab. Unit is comparatively more deeper than the unit. So if we have good GPU with a good memory, then we can train network for with a less mini batch. Like as how during the experimental work, I have used different mini batch. Like if we have good GPU, memory and the graphic card, so we can train the network comparatively in less time and can test this network. Otherwise, if the GPU card and memory is not sufficient, so it will take longer time.
Okay, any question? All right, so no question. So thank you very much for the Ziahan for the presentation.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so I think we can proceed with the last paper today. Is the paper 68. Ziahan, can you unshare your slide? Is the paper 68 presenter here? No, no presenter for paper ID 68. Fuzzy PID based improvement controller for CNC feed servo system. Okay, so I think the presenter is not here. So I think we can conclude the session if there is no more presenter for this paper. So I think with that we have the closing ceremony. So I hand over to the Professor Dhananjay.
Thank you very much, Professor Helmi and Professor Masood. And please let me know your session's best paper so we can start in 5 minutes for our closing ceremony. All right?
Yes, yes, we will make a decision. Contact.
Yes, I'm coming back in 5 minutes again. Then we will discuss.
Professor,
right.
I just called you. I just called you.
All right.
చైనాకి ఇప్పుడు కొత్త భయం పడుతుంది. వాళ్ళకి మనకి చెప్పారు అమెరికన్ ఇండియన్ దేశాలకి ఆలోచిస్తూ ఆయా దేశాల వ్యవహార శైలి వాటి వల్ల ప్రయోజనం మన దేశం ఎట్లాంటి నిర్ణయాలు చెప్పారు దాని మీద వాళ్ళు ఒక రిపోర్ట్ ఇస్తారు. రిపోర్ట్ ఆధారంగా అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి దేశానికి ప్రభుత్వాలు నిర్ణయాలు. ఇప్పుడు చైనాలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ అందరూ జో బైడెన్ గురించి భయపడుతున్నారు. వాళ్ళు ఏమంటున్నారు, ట్రంప్ యుద్ధోన్మాది కాదు. క్లింటన్ టైంలో, బుష్ టైంలో ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఉన్నటువంటి అమెరికా తమ పదవీ కాలం ముఖ్య సందర్భంలో ఏదో ఒక దేశంతో యుద్ధం చేస్తారు. తద్వారా ఒక దేశాన్ని నాశనం చేసి ఆ దేశ సమాధుల మీద వీళ్ళ సమాధులు మీద రెండవసారి అలా చేయలేకపోయినటువంటి ట్రంప్ ఓటమి పాలి. జో బైడెన్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి క్లింటన్ల వారసత్వాలు కాదు, ఒబామాల వారసత్వాలు కాదు, ఒబామా
Okay, Professor Dhananjay, I send you a WhatsApp.
అదే విధంగా జో బైడెన్ కూడా అవకాశం. ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఇవాళ ఉన్నటువంటి కండిషన్ లో అమెరికా ఆర్థికంగా ఎదగాలంటే చైనా నష్టపోవాలి. చైనా నష్టపోవాలి అంటే గనక భారత్ మాత్రమే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ మనం వెళ్ళి ఆల్రెడీ భారత్ దగ్గర నిప్పు రాజేశాం. ఆ నిప్పుని దావానలంలాగా ప్రగిలిస్తున్నాడు మోడీ. దాన్ని అడ్డం పెట్టుకుని మోడీ ద్వారా కాకుండా తామే నేరుగా అటాక్ చేసి ఆ ప్రాంతాల్లో జరిగేటువంటి వైఫల్యాన్ని క్యాష్ చేసుకునే అవకాశాన్ని మోడీ, తద్వారా తాము లబ్ధి పొందేందుకు జో బైడెన్ ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. అందుకోసం విదేశాంగ శాఖలో కీలకమైనటువంటి భారత్ అనుకూల శక్తులని తీసుకుంటున్నాడు. రక్షణ శాఖలో కూడా భారత్ అనుకూల తద్వారా భవిష్యత్తులో దెబ్బ మనకే ఉంది అని చెప్పి అక్కడ ఉన్న చైనా
All right. All right, then. So now we are at the closing ceremony. Now we had 10 sessions today. Now in the IHCI 2020, and last just session has finished, and now we have all results from the after the evaluation from the all session chairs. And now before going to their announcement of the each session, we have actually two types of award. One is the each session's best paper award. Then after we also select top 3 best paper from the whole ISCI conference as well. So based on the all TPC members, the decision and all session chairs decision, then we decided this all evaluation. And before going to be those ceremony, and then I'm going to just, because we have to thanks a lots of people who has supported this conference. First of all, I would like to thanks Professor Wan Yang Chung. He is also the general chair of this conference to work very hard continuously. Last, we are working more than 9 months to make it this event successful, to connect. And then after our TPC members, we have our technical program committee chairs like Professor U.S. Tiwari from IIIT Allahabad, Professor Degi Kang from Dongseo University, Busan, Professor Jongha Lee, Kim Yong University, Daegu, South Korea, and Professor Madhusudan Singh, Usong University, Daejeon in South Korea. So these people are work very hard to connect each authors to review their papers, to make on times, and then take care about the review comments, and then finalizing the copyrights. And based on their comments, lots of paper we got review comments, then we give them up to revision. After revision, we included their papers as well. And then after, we have to thanks our industry chair. So there are the 4 industries which are the partially supported us. That is the Antonio Jara. He delivered his talk today morning, and he is the CEO of Hope Ubiquitous Spain. Another CEO from the Sangsu Zone is Westella, South Korea. One is the Gyanen Kumar, he is InfoTrust in Singapore, and another one is the Prem Singh, he is the Koiko City, India. So these are the organizations which are technically supported us for the technical part, industry part of this. And there are the several local organizing committee like Professor Jehi Park and Professor Dongwon Jong. They are the chair of their organization and their laboratory. So they, from their laboratory, they have supported us to make it successful, this event. So then also there are several professors from Jonghun E, Professor E Hunjae, Professor Sangon Lee, and there are lots of committee members. Sang Soo Jung from Dongseo University, he is also was the financial department, he was caring about that. And also the Pamul Yadav from GRU Creative Labs, and also Hyojin Jong from the Daegu Conventional Visiting Bureau. She has also supported for the establish this conference successful at the Exco Place, Daegu City. And this year we have received about 175 papers, and out of 175 papers we have accepted 70 papers, and we had 15 plus keynote speakers and 10 session. And under the 10 sessions we have decided 8 papers in each session. And also those all 70 papers accepted after the review, getting review comments from the 228 experts from all over the world. And we have received about 25 countries paper in this year, IHCI 2020. And from the 25 countries, we selected only 70 papers of them. So what we believe that the quality of this conference paper was quite good. It's about going to be acceptance rate 40%, I think. So it's much better on that. So there are also technical sponsor who has supported to make it this conference successfully. So there are the technical sponsor like IHCI Society Korea, and also the Robex is the also very big event going on here. So they also supported us to make it successful, this event. And pattern recognition lab like Samyang University, and also the Pukyong University has IoT laboratory. They had also fund supported for this project. and a sleep lab from IIIT Allahabad also, and Indicott had reblock groups where is the director is the Professor Madhusudan. He is also supported technical part for this laboratory, and also in our lab members from the research lab at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, South Korea, we also contributed technical part for that. And then other M2V, Koiko City and Westella is the technical support portion for our this IHCI 2020. And as you know that this all papers going to be published, LNCS proceeding Scopus. So after the event, within 1 week, we are going to submit all papers to the LNCS, and they will take 5 to 6 weeks to all papers come to the online. That's their promise on that. So now I would like to invite the technical co-chair, and he will announce the each session's best paper award. Then after the Professor Wan Yangchung, who is the general chair of the conference, he will declare top 3 papers for the IHCI 2020. Please come, Madhusudan.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh, Dhananjay Singh, and thank you, Professor Wang Yangchung, to giving me this opportunity. Thanks to our journal chairs, they're giving the opportunities to participate in this conference. And now I'm going to, without delay, I'm going to announce that our best paper awards day by day is like first day, we have the total 4 sessions, and each session has like session 1. There is a paper ID 92. SCI based in-cabin monitoring system for the irregular situation with occupants, spatial anonymizations. That is, author is Astos Mishra, Jack Wangcha, and Siho Kim from Yonsei University, Institute of Convergence and Technology, Yonsei University. That is from the session 1. Session 2, there is a paper ID is 33, that concentrate level prediction system for students based on physiological measure using the EEG device. That is Varsa Lokre and Dr. Lakshman Neta. They are from BR Ambedkar University, Pune in India, and they are session 2 paper best paper award for the session 2. Session 3, we have like 59, paper ID 59. The title is the study on comparative analysis of effect of applying dropout and drop connect to deep neural network. That is Professor Hyun Il Lim, and there his paper session was session 3, and session 4 has a Bengali voice controlled artificial intelligence robot for the physical challenged. The authors are Abu Basar Guyan, Anamika Ahmed, Sadid Rafsoon, Tulan, and Muhammad Rizwan, Hassan Khan, and Jiauddin. They're from session 4. There is for the all day ones best papers, and day 2 has a session 5. There is this paper ID 76. That is the HHAR net, hierarchical human activity recognition using neural networks. That is Mehrod Phil, Kamran Kowasri, Irfan Gharawi, Laura Barnes, and Afsan Doriev. So it's from session 5. Session 6 has 52, paper ID, that is automatic detection and trypanosomesis in thick blood smears, and using image processing and deep learning. The authors are Thewu Jung, Elsa Nimoti, Anako Utuku Ubulok, Stephen Mack, Arnaud Van Massim, and Wesley Deniv. That is session 6. Session 7, we have paper ID 26, the first stage phase landmark detection using deep learning. They are Taeyong Kim, Jiwon Mok, and Yuchil Lee, paper authors. And session 7 and session 8 has a paper ID is 94, is the best paper selected by our session chairs. That is fraudulent practices in dispensing units and remedies. Vimal Babu Yu, Mulakatala Nagamani, and Salam Raju Chi. They're from session 8. And now going to talking about the session, today's session. That first session was session 9. There is paper ID 77, development of biosensors, pressure, ulcer, diagnosis and treatment using biophotonomics with impedance Yunbin Park and Chongha Lee. They are the authors of this paper, and this session was session 9. And now our final session, session 10. They are selected. So 36, paper ID 36, that segmentation of prostate in MRI images using the depth separable convolutional operation. That Jia Khan, Nora Sikhin, Yaha, Khalid Else, and Papa Bryce Mario, you for the session 10. So these are our all best paper in each sessions. And thank you very much once again to all session chairs and our journal chairs and to participants, our audience too, who are patiently participate in this. Thank you very much.
Now, we would like to invite Professor Wan Yang Chung, General Chair of IHCI 2020. So he can give his testimony.
Okay, good afternoon. So now we are 2:30 p.m. in South Korea. Okay, our program committee, technical program committee, I am very glad to announce this Best Contribution Award. So from our technical program committee, so unanimously select Professor Nagamani Mandi. So we are very thankful for her contributions and her times, her enthusiasm on this conference. When I check the session chair, online session, so always he was there and they give very kind questions for the speakers. So we are very thanks to the Professor Nagamani's contributions. So Professor Nagamani, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm thankful to you. Actually,
could you give us some short address?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, Professor Chen. So it's your greatness that you are giving the opportunity, especially attending all the session. Reason is, so every paper and every session we are trying to learn something. It was a very good experience for us to learn, starting from the day of conference. So every step we learned many things, and all the chairs and all the organizing committee was very friendly, and they are giving every opportunity to learn. And the papers is really, it is a worldwide papers during this pandemic also, a quality papers you got it. And each and every paper is giving an opportunity in the research direction. That is the reason I was attending. I could not miss any of the session. Thank you for giving me opportunity, this opportunity, learning opportunity. It's a great opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. I don't have
Thank you very
other.
much, Professor Nagamani Mani. Okay, and congratulations on the award. So we will send the certificate by mail, by post soon. Okay, next award is best top 3 best paper award. So as you know, we received around 150 papers, and only 40% was selected to present it at the conference. And finally, it's a very hard time for us to select the best 3 papers in the conference, because most of the papers presented in the this conference are valuable and very good papers. So anyway, our technical committee, technical program committee and the award committee is for long time discussions, we choose finally top 3 best papers. Actually, initially we have a plan to select only top 2 papers, but most our members recommend to give 3 papers than 2 papers. So we finally decided to give top 3 best paper awarders. The first paper in the best papers, the ID number is 155. AARON, Assistive Augmented Reality Operation and the Navigation System for NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit. So the authors are Erwin Steve Cardenas, Caroline Lenhoff, Richard Park, Tina Yukio Tu, Xiangu Lin, Paradeep Kumar, Paradu Gulla, and Jong-Hun Kim. And second best paper in top 3, the ID is 82, and the title of the paper is Long Distance Real-Time Rolling Shot Optical Camera Communication Using MFSK Modulation Techniques. MD Habib Rahman, Mohamed Avra Shakil Sejan, and Wan Young. And the last one of the top 3 best paper award, the ID is 03. The title of the paper is Detection of Centimetrically Equivalent Question Pairs. The authors are Rutu Kumari, Rohit Mishra, Shrikant Malviya, and Uma Shankar Tiwari. Congratulations, Professor Yes Tiwari. Yeah, okay, I am very proud to be here as a general chair, co-general chair of this conference, and at the same time, technical program committee members. And I'm very happy during last 3 days to meet very kind speakers and very renowned speakers and very powerful session chairs. I hope we meet again in near future. Thank you very much. Okay, next, Professor Dhananjay will operate continue.
All right, thank you, Professor Chung, for the selecting announcing the top 3 papers. And now we come up to the final conclusion of this IHCI 2020. And then I would like to thank and congratulate all the awardees and participants for this conference and event. I hope these events will help you for your research career and will have more research opportunities to collaborate our research work in future, as well as produce some good results for the society as well. So once again, thank you very much for all of the participants. And very soon will announce in our the group for the IHCI 2021 where it is going to be held. Now we are planning to find the host. Maybe it's going to be South America or it's going to be North America. So we haven't decided, but we are planning to host. Because of this pandemic situation, we are not finalizing the venue, but very soon when we will be finalized, then we will be announced to the group members, and then we will meet again next year for IHCI 2021. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you, and thank you very much, and all the best for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dhananjay. So you have given a good opportunity for us to explore in the research domain.
Thank you, Professor Mani. You really work very hard for the last 6 months with us. Thank you so much for your cooperation and support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Dhananjay.
Yes, so very soon we will have our meeting regarding the all TPC and committee members. Maybe we will announce, and then we will keep in touch in our social networking by email as well. So Yes. So all the awardees will receive their certificates by email first. Then we will see how we are going to be the give. But by email means by next week, I think everybody is going to be receive their best paper award certificate. All right. And the second thing, we also have the special issues. So special issues, the journal special issues, is the technical editor going to contact like TPC member will send directly to the paper which they got recommendation from the session chairs. So that would be the anonymous. We cannot disclose right now, but TPC member will contact directly by email to them. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So yes, excuse me, Professor Tiwari is here. I heard that. Yes.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yes, sir. Please give your comments regarding this closing ceremony. Really
Thank you very much for inviting me. I had some other work, so I have just joined. So it's really a very remarkable and very grand and very successful event. And I'm so happy that at the time of pandemic, and I told you at the very last moment, and you got it organized in such a big manner. This is the first time I can say that IHCI has attracted people from 25 countries. And that's great to learn. Let us give a big hand to it. All of us, we have to say, it is also remarkable in the sense that now we have many active people there. So the steering committee, which you have seen in the, in your prospectus or brochure, is just a small thing. Now we should expand it, and we should make it a very big committee, which will participate not only when they happen in South Korea or their own place, but they should come together to organize it at every place of the and every planet and corner of the planet Earth. And that is my view, as you already told, that this is my view, that let us celebrate this success in a manner that for next times onwards, we will join together. And I hope this gives us a way of, having the on-site and online both together. This is not only because of the pandemic. I think that this gives an opportunity for all of us to continue this manner. We can have on-site as well as online, both in all the years to come. I mean, that way we can increase our participations into that. So therefore, it is really a very great expansion to the IHCI. And thanks to the Korean societies, especially the two society involved into this program, especially the Signal Processing Society and the Human Computer Interaction Society, which has been involved very much. And very much thanks to Professor Jung, now who has, without his taking participation, it would have been almost impossible. I mean, it is, and I thank Dr. Dhananjay in the sense that he has, he has make you to join this this committee, and I hope that you will be there now forever. I will not leave you in that sense. And the other professor, Professor Masood is there, and there are many other professors, many professors from India also. They are continuously participating into this, and we have really in last 3 days created a kind of a society, a very active society, enthusiastic society, which can take forward to this human-computer interaction. The other very important part of this is that, of course, human-computer interaction in South Korea. Earlier, when I was talking with Professor Lee from KAIST, he was saying that SCI in South Korea is very different. People work on devices. They want to talk about the interface, developing various kinds of interfaces, and most of them are working on the hardware interfaces, not the software interfaces. So therefore, not many people will participate into this kind of conference. I said, no, this is not outside the scope of this one. However, we do not want to only concentrate on one area only. You have to enlarge it. And these software days, starting from the cryptography to optical fiber sensors to many of the software systems, starting from and going up to NASA. So all these things can be come together, and especially the healthcare systems. A lot of papers were there on the healthcare systems, and I hope that these healthcare systems nowadays has become very, very important. And the health and education both have a lot of inputs, has to have a lot of inputs from SCI. Rather, the virtual reality, the virtual classes to be developed will not be the classes, the kind of way we are doing our presentations. It has to change. The technology has to get immersed and can be better to the real classes, real physical classes. So that kind of technology is going to develop in the near future. And I hope this HCI is going to gain from all these new developments. So with that, again, I will thank all of you and also say that please I appeal to all of you that please submit your proposals for IHCI 2021. I want at a new place where it has not happened yet, and that can be in the African continent, it can be South American continent, it can be other countries of Asia and Europe where the conference has not yet happened. So with that proposal, I thank you all, and I thank you especially the Professor Jung and Professor Dhananjay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Tiwari, for very nice comments. Now, at this moment, we would like to stop the session here. And I hope we all going to meet again 2021 as well for IHCI 2020. Very soon, we will announce the venue very soon, right?
Sure, sure.
All right. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
See you, Henry. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all, professors. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to close this whole our meeting. So thank you very much for all of you for joining this.
Yes, thank you, Professor.